support charities. And the Window Store is a proud sponsor of the KTRS Radiothon to support Backstoppers. So a local company that'll do it right with great windows and great doors, and they give back to the community and big supporters of Backstoppers. You need windows, you need Window Store, wswindow.net.
Meet me at the Village Bar. Ready for the world's best cheeseburger, homemade onion rings, trashed wings? It's the Village Bar for food and sports. Cards, Blues, Mizzou, NFL. The game's always on. Open 7 days a week in De Pere. Grab your friends, grab a cold beer. We'll see you at the Village Bar.
What have we learned about Heidi?
But cockroaches were the least of her problems. Heidi had to fight for every opportunity.
You know, Heidi is, even though she's very kind of sweet and innocent,
Heidi wanted out of the slum, and her agent wasn't doing enough.
Oh my God, they moved Heidi right next to me now.
Although Heidi seems serene,
she's a bit naughty.
she uses an ancient folk remedy to help calm her down.
Heidi is back.
Here we are again, the whole gang back together, Heidi, Bob, Josh, and we've got a lot to get to, including the author of The Deserving, what the lives of the condemned reveal about the American justice system. I'm looking really forward to this interview because Elizabeth Varkezen is a mitigation specialist, and she's now written this book, and some of her clients have done just horrendous, unthinkable things. But she's not saying, look, they need to be set free. She's saying, look at what they went through, and I can't wait to see if there's like a common thread amongst all of them. So that's coming up at 3:30. She was supposed to be in town this week, but they've pushed it back. So she is going to be in town in March. We'll tell you more about all of that because it'll be a more in-depth conversation. Then we're also going to check in with White House correspondent with News Nation. It looks like, the Trump administration is making a few changes, and Tom Homan is now in Minneapolis. So what changes are we going to see on the ground, and what does this mean for Trump's cabinet? Will there be other changes?
Yeah, well, and he has done that in both administrations.
Yes.
And it is interesting. I saw one report, but these days you never know how to verify it, but that after the phone call with the governor, that the state police got involved in helping situations on the ground last night. So we'll see what kind of effect all these things have. And it is interesting. Holman is an interesting choice to go do that because he was awarded the Medal of Freedom from Barack Obama. So this is a guy that has been in the government for decades. So maybe he should have been the guy in the first place.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Instead of all the newbies.
Yes, trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And, going back to state police kind of being a part of this now, that's what our ABC, Don Mahalik, kind of said yesterday, is there's really kind of different jobs for different people. And I know yesterday afternoon we had lots of people weighing in on the text line, 84126. Why didn't you ask them about, the training for these ICE agents? Because I think it has definitely been a limited time as they've kind of rushed them to these
and
things.
And the circumstances changed on them.
Absolutely.
Instead of going to the courthouse, or all of a sudden I need 30 guys to get one person on the street. So, it's all changed so rapidly.
A lot. So, anyway, we'll do that in the 3 o'clock. In the 4 o'clock, we'll check in with the editor of the St. Louis Business Journal. A couple of great stories they're working on. Explorer St. Louis has a new chief marketing officer. And, I know a lot of what Explorer St. Louis does is to kind of market St. Louis to other other cities. So often you hear here or watch on the TV and it's talking about Nashville, Tennessee or Little Rock or all these great places. Well, somebody is out there doing that for us as well, whether it be Missouri or St. Louis. And so now there is a chief marketing officer at the helm, a new one. I think we've kind of had that position empty for at least a year, maybe two. So we'll find out, what her credentials are. We'll also find out about a new restaurant that the Chess Club is going to bring to us this spring. And my former workplace, the building I walked into for 22 years, is now up for sale, and there's a couple of ideas of what will be done with it. It's right there on Market Street. It's really a great location if they can do something cool with it. So we'll talk about all of those things. We'll also check in with Alex Stone with ABC News. California is investigating if TikTok is censoring anti-Trump or anti-ICE content. I still don't know how to use TikTok, so we'll just listen to the pros on this one.
This is the wrong group.
Yeah.
So one of the arguments against TikTok in the first place, one of the reasons why they said they have to sell it to an American-owned company, that you can't have the Chinese in charge of it, because TikTok over in China doesn't even look like TikTok here. It's all like educational videos and anything that you see.
Not everybody dancing for 15 seconds?
Exactly. Like if I went out and said, hey, look up what happened in Tiananmen Square in the late 80s.
Oh, yeah.
They wouldn't allow that to even be on the platform because they don't want people to know about it. And so now they're saying, well, is American TikTok doing the exact same thing when it comes to people posting about Minnesota? I guess we'll find out. But I heard an excuse earlier on the news say, "Oh, it was just a programming issue." Like, that seems like a really weak excuse,
Well, if it happens once, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
If it happens over and over again, then you have to take a deeper dive into it. We'll also check in with Royal Oaks, ABC News legal analyst. There's a landmark social media trial, and jury selection is underway. So what does that mean for the future of social media? What are they really weighing out here? So
and so we'll find out from the trial and from Alex Stone. We talk about it being addictive, but is it technically an actual chemical addiction?
Right.
And then moreover, is TikTok using that intentionally?
Absolutely.
To cause it? So these are all the things that are up in the air, so we'll find out about that.
A lot of questions, and we'll try to answer as many of them as possible. We got some entertainment news, and then we'll wrap this show up with some randoms. I was doing as I do, scrolling, and it was on Facebook, and one of my friends posted, if you never wrapped your feet in bread bags before heading out to play in the snow, you don't know what an 80s winter childhood was. Now, I don't know if you guys experienced that. We didn't do it necessarily to go play in the snow, but my great aunt and great uncle had a pond that would occasionally ice over, and those bread bags were put over our snow boots or tennis shoes, depending on what we had. And that's the way we ice skated.
How cool is that?
I mean, it's a great memory. And so when I saw the bread bags, I'm like, well, yeah, we did that.
That is Americana. I love it.
Did you ever wrap your boots or your shoes up with bread bags to get out into the snow? Josh doesn't even know what I'm talking about right now.
I'm absolutely aware of that. I can't recall if I actually ever did it. We may have. We may have.
Again, I've heard of this, but I thought this was taken from, what's that movie with you're going to shoot your eye out,
Christmas Story.
The 1950s.
No, Josh, it was 1980.
In Cleveland.
And that's even what this post says, the 80s.
Really?
In the 50s, they didn't have bread bags.
They didn't even have bread bags.
It was a wrapper.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, bread wrappers. No, I didn't think anybody really did this.
Yes.
I thought it was one of those things that people...
OMG over tennis shoes in the 70s to play in the snow.
Yeah.
Because not everybody had snow boots. I mean, it happened,
we didn't.
It maybe snowed twice a year. And so you didn't go spend on snow boots, so you had to do something if you wanted to get out there and keep your socks dry.
Have you checked in with any family members, or at least just out of curiosity, did the Cape Girardeau, New Madrid area get a dumping this round?
They got a lot of snow. I checked in with my aunt, and she was snowed in. She's got a broken knee, so she's not moving.
Either way,
So, yeah.
it could have been sunny.
It could have been
wouldn't
anything.
mattered.
So,
Right.
yeah, kind of crazy.
I've made the decision, guys. Made the decision. Look, you see
Decision 2026.
these boots I've got on,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
look like rain boots. They're Sperry's or something.
Yeah. What do we call those? Duck boots?
Yeah, they look like duck
Yeah.
boots. These have terrible insulation.
Oh, really?
Your feet freezes, and I want to say they're not even that waterproof because I feel like I take my foot out and it's wet.
That might be from
well,
sweat,
I think
though.
the Sperry's are more for looks than they are.
Well, look at these things. I mean, these are legitimate,
It says
right?
waterproof.
Yeah. But, I mean,
Right.
you need like the Gore-Tex if you're going to really get out there in it.
A number of years ago, I was Christmas shopping and found something for me, as I usually do.
Uh-huh.
And they were like snow boots, almost like galoshes, but pretty fancy. Had kind of a wool
At the
trim, so
top.
it would go up higher. And I've been wearing those, but it made me think of it when you said not a lot of insulation in the boot itself. And so I got to remember, if I'm going to be out for a while,
You gotta-
even with those, better have at least a
The
couple
wool
of pairs
socks.
of socks.
Yeah.
My foot freezes in these things.
Oh.
The decision I have made is this spring/summer, I'm going to buy brand new, true snow boots.
Wait till like what, April when the clearance?
Whatever. And then I'm also going to go ahead and get the snow pants, the ones that are like the, over the shoulder,
Yeah.
overall type things.
Yeah.
I'm making the commitment.
Now, here's one on socks. I almost said stocking. Sock wear. If it's cold, for the text line, anybody who played baseball in the 60s, 70s, and probably into the 80s, you probably don't remember. Heidi, remember sanitary hose? The thin white socks
Yep.
that would come up real high? Because if you put on just two pairs of regular socks, especially if they're wool or thick, you can't get your foot in the shoe.
No.
Oh, yeah.
But the sanitary socks gave
Slides.
you, and they gave you another layer of insulation made for wicking, perspiration, and then you put your wool socks or your thick socks
On top.
over those. I
Yeah.
wonder if anybody else did that.
I don't know. I'm sure they did. Marsha just texted, we absolutely wrapped our boots in bread bags. Somebody else, I'm 47, we did as well. Somebody else, we put our feet and Ziploc bags, cinched them with rubber bands when I was young in Virginia because we didn't have very warm socks.
That wasn't
Yeah.
for ice skating, though.
Well, snow. A lot of people went into that was your snow
That
boot.
was your snow boot.
Yeah, when it
Yeah,
was snowy, so
it's-
you
Yeah.
wouldn't get soaked.
Yeah, it's about keeping your socks and
dry.
your foot dry. Somebody said I'm 71. In the 50s and 60s, we would put bread bags over our shoes and socks and then inserted our feet into our galoshes, which is what they were called back then, rubber boots. And that's the way we kept our shoes and socks dry. Yeah. Somebody said my 5-year-old Sperry's are very warm and waterproof.
Not mine.
So maybe you just didn't get the right pair.
Yeah.
But I know you really, when I was working at Channel 5, I often got the snowy assignment. So that's when I actually spent money.
overpass?
TAM overpass many times. Spent money on snow boots and, the pants and all of it. Because if you dress properly, you're not miserable.
No, and it's like I always say. For instance, my little Bronco has got four-wheel drive. Do I use it very often? Every now and then, a couple times a year. But when you need it and you got it, it's
nice,
awesome.
isn't it?
Same thing.
Yeah.
The galoshes, warm feet, a good parka. All the things. Boy, I pay for this, but when you need it, it's great to have it.
It sure is. And, I've said this before. It's really easy to just put that thing in four-wheel drive now. But when my dad's Bronco, the 74, you had to get out and turn the knob on the tire
Oh, yeah.
to get it to go into four-wheel drive and then turn it back. Which brings me to another topic that I want you guys to weigh in on. And, Josh, it kind of goes to you that you're going to spend money on, some boots. But what's kind of a middle-class luxury that we had that now is just basic for most kids? long distance calling. That was something that you didn't do.
It was too expensive.
Right.
And now it's just, you don't even have to put the one in front of it.
No, you don't even think about it. You don't pay extra. You don't.
No. Which, by the way, maybe an old school telephone person, Southwestern Bell, text in. I always thought the long distance charges was a scam. The operator's there.
What are you paying for?
What are you paying for? It's already there. Just take the thing out, Marge, pull the thing out and put it in the other hole.
How can I help you? Coming right up.
Get Deputy 5 for me.
Yeah.
So, that's a great one.
Yeah. Lots of other people coming in. I grew out of my snow boots before the season was over, used bread bags. Definitely did bread bags in the 80s and 90s. We wore the nylon pantyhose under our track shorts to try to stay warm, which is a good one, too.
One of our favorite listeners, Jen, says that this is going to sound obvious, but we don't even think. Cable television.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had 1, 2, 3, 4, Channel 9, and then eventually Channel 30. Those were the channels.
Oh
5
my
channels.
gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That was it.
You guys, I don't know how you survived. The kitchen TV, the 13-inch black and white. Yeah, it had 2, 4, 5, and then the
9 and 30.
Yeah, UHF.
11, 6 channels.
What about this one? You used to be trapped to that phone with a cord. I mean, which could also work as a defense mechanism, or maybe if you're on the offense to strangle a
kitchen phone on the wall.
And the long cord,
15-foot cord.
Yeah.
Or more.
So, and that's the only way that you could get some privacy.
Right.
Is that you're taking it as long as it would go and bending up the cord. But remember when you got that first cordless phone, and you were like,
Future Star Trek.
What? I can walk around the entire house. I mean, obviously, way before we had "quote unquote" car phones, but to be able to walk anywhere you wanted, and dare I say, even outside,
insanity.
It was crazy. Or what about a car with air conditioning? Do they even make cars without air conditioning?
Oh, my gosh. Could you imagine?
Yes. The Bronco didn't have air conditioning.
My first car, my little Ford Falcon, no air conditioning.
Yeah. And I mean, we took the Bronco everywhere. I mean, we took the Bronco, that's what we pulled the pop-up camper with. So in the middle of summer going to Kentucky Lake, the air conditioning was that little triangle vented window. And maybe we opened the back window a little bit. But yeah. Life before microwaves or air fryers. How about a large screen TV with remote control, something I never imagined as a kid?
Remote control, that's insane. You can never have that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Having a TV in your bedroom, it's one of those things.
I don't think I got a TV in my bedroom until after we got married.
Yeah. I was lucky in the later years of high school. And again, it goes back to my favorite great aunt and great uncle who did not have kids. And we were their grandkids. We got a kind of 12-inch, TV for our bedrooms one Christmas, and it was so cool. So
that is cool.
Uh-huh.
I saved up in 1996 and bought a 19-inch tube TV.
Yeah.
For the bedroom. Got a little stand, the oldest VCR I think I've ever seen, and then saved up a little bit more for the video games. But yeah, I had a 19-inch TV, and I grew up in the 80s and 90s. So I think if you just kind of, what year did you grow up? And you tell them, and you say, all right, well, you probably had a 13-inch TV.
That's exactly right.
That's right. Somebody said when I was a toddler in the late 50s, early 60s, my family lived in a small city in Ohio. I remember every winter my dad putting snow chains on the tires of the car.
Chains, yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of
They still do that out in the
crazy.
mountains a lot.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah. High-speed internet. I mean, we don't have to listen to the long dial-up as another one.
How about not having the internet, period?
Oh, yeah. And having to actually go to the encyclopedia or anything else. What about a refrigerator that also dispensed ice, and that ice maker and the water coming out of the door?
Heidi, that's for rich people. Stop it. We don't need that. There's the kitchen faucet right there.
Right? Or having to do the ice tray and then dripping water all over
I hated the ice tray. All right, so we bought a fridge fairly recently, and I opted no ice in the door. No water in the door.
We chose not to have dispensers. We just thought it's just something else that's going to break.
I
love it. I can't live without it.
I don't need it.
You don't drink a ton of water, though, do you?
Oh, I drink tons of water.
You just do it out of the tap?
Yes.
Okay.
And we've got great water here in the St. Louis area.
I think so, too.
I think it won an award a couple years ago for being the best tasting water.
I just like mine chilled.
Yeah.
I want it to come out cold. Even when we didn't have the dispenser, I have it in a Brita, container.
I told you about my pet peeve at home, I think it was a week or so ago, about being in the living room watching television and one of the two women in the house opening up the freezer, scooping out the ice,
the middle of
making all that noise. Hey, how many scoops of ice are you using? Cut it out.
Really thirsty.
Yeah.
We've got
cold.
a Brita pitcher, and but the thing is, we haven't changed that filter in a year and a half. So now it's just a water pitcher for chilled water. I mean, it's not going to hurt it.
You know why you've been sick? You have Legionnaires.
I was
today.
going to say that is why. Somebody said, I know someone will call me a liar. I'm in my 60s. My dad would order new trucks with no radio or rear bumper to save money.
Now, you're not crazy. My dad, to save money, because he didn't care about any of that, the last truck he owned was a Ford F-150. I think it was like 2004, 2005, it didn't have automatic windows. It had crank windows. And so he passed away. We gave it to my oldest boy. And how do you get the windows down? Crank it, son.
It's
crank
right.
it.
Again, I don't even think you can do that as an option.
I think that was one of the last vehicles ever.
Okay, so many people weighing in, but somebody said they had a Honda as a kid, didn't have AC, radio, or passenger mirror, brand new. The Bronco doesn't have a passenger mirror.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Remember pulling over for directions. That's another good one. Somebody said we had no AC in the car or the house. Parents got AC after we moved out in the mid-'90s. My grandma didn't, and my great aunt and great uncle didn't have AC.
Central air or window unit air?
No, they didn't have any.
No, what about you, though?
Oh, we had central air, but my grandma and Alma and Frank did not have even a window unit.
I think our house was built in like 58 or 59. It did not have central air, and it was late 60s, maybe 67, and my dad put it in himself, and it was great.
Oh, wow.
Prior to that, we had an attic fan. Those big fans that
loud
sucked in the air from outside.
I wish I had an attic fan.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It really worked very well.
We had one growing up. Our house was built in the 80s when I was little, and we had one. It was fun. No bumper on the car.
I didn't know that was an option. Yeah.
Talk about bare bones. Have you ever seen this new car? It's kind of like a SUV, a short bed truck. You can kind of bump it up as high as you want to go, but I think it starts at like $19,000, and it comes with nothing.
I do not know.
It's a brand new.
Nothing.
Who's making it?
It's not a brand that anyone's ever heard of. It's like a startup.
Where do you buy it?
I think you buy it online.
Oh boy!
And if you want a radio, well, you just added $300.
Yeah.
If you want AC, well, it just got $1,000 more expensive.
Joe's Basic Cars.
That's it.
It might be the future, though.
From Midland, Texas.
I
the
don't
prices
think
that they're at now.
We'll build it. We'll have it to you in 6 months.
Yeah. One more thing before we toss it over to Captain Paul. When I was watching Song Sung Blue, and I don't know exactly what years those are set in, but something hit me so immediate that I completely forgot we had. What about the automatic seat belts that would start low and you'd turn on the car and it would come?
Oh, I hated those.
Almost attack you.
I'm
remember those?
I'm aware of them, but I never had one.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen one of those in forever.
But they give you the option to
undo it. Yeah,
So
but
now
if not,
just
it
the
was
thing's going. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crazy. You guys, it's 3:33. We'll keep it going on the text line 84126. But we got to get a check of traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
Heidi, emergency vehicles are on 44 West at Antire. There's a stalled vehicle on 44 West at Southwest. And MoDOT is reporting that most of our interstates are clear of snow, but some interchanges remain partly snowy. This traffic report is brought to you by Dents Express. Drive time can be hectic with traffic, weather, and fender benders. Dents Express can help with hassle-free dent removal, minor collision repair, and hail damage repair. Free evaluations, and they take care of the insurance paperwork. They've got 2 locations on Manchester and Baldwin and in St. Charles. DentsExpressSTL.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Someone from the 618 says maps before GPS. And when I first got to St. Louis and we'd go out on a story, we had those all the books. Yeah.
With the spiral.
The spiral.
And it was
you,
yellow pages.
Yep. And you would go to like the A, B, C or the 8, 9, 10 and try to figure out where you're going. I don't know that I could read a map anymore. It'd take me a second.
One of my rare good dad things. All my kids can read a map.
That's a great one. Because I will say, when we travel, I do like to print things out to kind of know where we are, just in case you lose the internet. And kind of like when we go to Iceland. That's right. I said Iceland.
My map stops, though,
Yeah,
at the Atlantic Ocean. I can't figure that out.
But I'll still print out everything that we're going to do so I can get excited about it. And you guys, I'm inviting you to come along with me. This is going to be such a fantastic trip. And I know it's one of those things that's on a lot of people's bucket list because it's a chance to see those magical northern lights. We're going to experience the land of fire and ice. We are going to see some of the most dazzling landscapes ever. We're talking about the black volcanic sand beach. We're talking about the Blue Lagoon. I mean, all of it is in our future, and I want you to come with me and Colette. Because here's the thing, Colette handles all of the deets. Where the flights, you don't have to worry about looking at it. They're going to say, this is when you're leaving, this is when you're coming back. I mean, obviously, if you need to make some changes, they'll help with that, but they handle it. The meals, the hotels, all of those local experiences, all you do is make those fantastic memories, and I'll be there with you to do my best to make it even more exciting. So don't miss out. Join me. Call our friends over at Altair Travel, 314-968-9600. You can also go to ktrs.com to learn more.
We sell siding, windows, doors, and decking by the truckload. My name is Julius Krasanik, celebrating 53 years in this business. Our company is Wholesale Siding Depot, and our seasoned customer service group has over 200 years of combined siding, window, door, and decking knowledge. My grandson Elijah says,
"Are you kidding me?"
The brands that we sell are durable, maintenance-free, and energy-saving. Featuring Anderson, CertainTeed, Viwinco, Provia, Masonite, TimberTech, and others. Offering the best selection of styles and colors available in this industry. And better yet, our prices are wholesale every day. Last, our Peace of Mind initiative also includes a free contractor referral service to take care of your installation concerns or needs. You are just one click away from keeping it local, family, and professional. Please visit WSDepot.com. That's WSDepot.com.
I'm Reed Millard, president of Lupton Millard Chapel of St. Louis. We've been faithfully serving St. Louis families for generations. At Lupton Millard Chapel, we understand it's the little things that make a big difference for the families we serve. A traditional church funeral or a unique celebration of life. Providing the finest in services and attention to detail has always been the hallmark of our family.
Lupton Millard Chapel, the leader in excellence since 1905. For more information, go to luptonmillardchapel.com.
Do you have the option to control your cash flow and wealth? Are you getting a return on your greatest asset, your lifetime and potential generational income? Overcome these critical financial planning challenges by discovering the control option mindset featuring the lifetime and generational income maximizer. Call Mark Benson and his team at the Control Option at 314-432-9540 or online at thecontroloptionmindset.com.
You're listening to The Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Her clients are guilty of horrendous crimes, but they still have a story to tell, and it might be one we can learn from. Dr. Elizabeth Barkazian is the founder of Advancing Real Change, Inc., and the author of The Deserving, What the Lives of the Condemned Reveal About American Justice. Thanks for making time for us.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So you work as a mitigation specialist. What exactly do you do?
Yeah, so in the United States, there was about a 4-year period where we didn't have the death penalty. And the reason we didn't have it is because the Supreme Court determined that before they suspended it, it was too arbitrary. So there wasn't any reliability in the outcomes. And the way that the court got to a place where they felt like we could have the death penalty was to focus on looking at the background, history, and character of defendants in a guided way when they get to sentencing. And because lawyers are often not trained to have the skills to investigate the life history of somebody who's been convicted of murder, the field of mitigation sort of came about in that way. And so early mitigation specialists were people who were trained in journalism or ethnography or social workers. And really the field has expanded pretty considerably since, but fundamentally it's a profession that looks at the generational history of somebody who is accused of or who's been convicted of murder to really try and give context to decision makers.
As you look at each of your clients, is there a common thread among them?
Oh, absolutely. Common threads include things like systems that really failed my clients. And when I say systems, I'm talking about medical, mental health, education, housing, employment, childcare. And it's not that it's just a single system that's failed my clients, but it's usually multiple. And on top of that, my clients are often living within families where there is extreme dysfunction and trauma. And so it's experiencing a cascade of traumatic events inside of the home. And then when stepping out of the home, finding no relief. It's a little bit of like wall-to-wall trauma. And that's the thing that I would say sets my clients apart from many other people, is that at no point during the formative years of their life did they have a moment to sort of ease, to know what it felt like to have safety and support that just didn't exist for them.
So sad.
And when we look back on, I don't want to say famous serial killers because I don't want to glorify any of them, but we have a fascination with the subject sometimes. When we look back, they all have a lot of abuse, whether from their father or their mother, or there's things that you can say, well, this is the history of a serial killer. You're not trying to get people out of jail. So are you trying to maybe pinpoint what some of these characteristics are and stop some of these crimes in the future?
A big part of the book that I wrote is sort of alerting people to the fact that these patterns exist. Because by the time I have a client, I can't undo the experiences that they've had. But there are so many well-worn patterns within the histories of my clients that I think if we want there to be less harm, frankly, less murder, we would be making different decisions as a society. And I agree with you. I do think that there is this fascination. I think I would call it maybe we want to understand how people can do cruel things. Mm-hmm. And, in that process of trying to understand, I've come to learn that when we don't invest in children having the kind of lived experience that allows them safety and to flourish, that's really where we start the process of enabling people to behave cruelly.
I find what you're writing about really fascinating, and I really admire the empathy and compassion as you look at this. Do you think moving forward, as this would be presented in a courtroom, that you could have two people from different backgrounds with basically the same crime getting different sentencing because of their circumstances?
Absolutely. That's absolutely what happens. And actually what I have found is when you look at death penalty cases and also cases that involve life without parole, because the mitigation function, having a mitigation specialist and having the opportunity to present facts about yourself is also required for anybody under the age of 18 who's facing life without parole. So in those cases, what I find is that the more judges and juries know, the more likely the outcomes are the same, actually. It's when people know less, there's more disparity. The less you know about a person and the context of their life, the easier it is to cause them harm. And I'm going to say something which people might find controversial, but I think is pretty factually based. Incarceration in the United States is pretty harmful. You can look at nations outside of the United States, and you can see ways to ensure the safety of the incarcerated and the community that doesn't take the extra ounce of humanity from the individual. They don't incarcerate people in steel cages. They don't apply things like solitary confinement for indefinite periods of time. So we make a choice to incarcerate in a way that is designed to be extremely painful. Mm-hmm. It's a very punitive way of putting somebody in prison. And so to make that decision is to cause harm to somebody. And it's much harder to do that when you see them as a person.
Yeah. Tell us about a couple of stories in your book, The Deserving, at least one client that really stuck with you.
You know, the story that I'm going to talk about today happens early in the book. A young man that I worked with, his name in the book is Connor. I use pseudonyms for almost all of the individuals in the book. The reason I focus on Connor's story is because in my career, when I'm out and about meeting people and they have questions about what I do, sometimes the question that I'll get is, well, how about a client who's had every advantage? There must not be any mitigation in his or her life. And so Connor, I met Connor when he was in his 40s. His case, he had been on death row, and there was a problem in the sentencing of his case. And so he was given an opportunity to have his sentence reconsidered. So at this point in the process, the only two options for him were life without parole or another death sentence. So I get involved in his case, and he was represented by a pro bono law firm and had the same lawyer for over a decade. And the two of them were very close, and the attorney had done a really good job, given the fact that he wasn't even a criminal defense lawyer. He did commercial law. And so when the lawyer contacted me and asked me to join, he was describing Connor's family to me, the fact that both of his parents had good jobs. Connor had access to really good education. He didn't go hungry. His parents were married, so the family was intact. He was part of a religious community, which gave the family loads of support. So a lot of the things that I traditionally would see absent, Connor possessed. So during the conversation, I sort of said, well, what actually happened? Because this doesn't make any sense to me. And then he said, well, Connor was sexually abused by his maternal uncle. But it was interesting because the fact that Connor was abused was taken alone as being something that should have gotten him a lesser sentence. But what I learned during the course of the investigation is that it wasn't just the fact that he was abused, it's what it did to him specifically. His behavior changed, and his family, because of the time, this was during, the Say No to Drugs phenomenon in the 1990s, and the community, the religious community that they were a part of, was very concerned about alcohol and drug use amongst children. When his behavior started to change, nobody around him stopped for a second to say, hey, Connor, are you okay? What's going on? Instead, there were a lot of assumptions made why a pretty average kid started skipping school and using chewing tobacco and behaving in ways that nobody really understood. And instead of stopping to ask, they put him into counseling, and the counselor would have sessions with his parents present, making it impossible for Connor to speak openly. And fast forward, he wasn't changing his behavior, and his parents thought, well, he must be using drugs or alcohol, and they put him into a program called Straight Inc. Straight Inc. was one of these sort of like long-term facilities meant to address drug addiction. But in the course of my investigation, I found that actually Straight Inc. really just tortured the vast majority of children who were sent there. And the children who were sent there, their parents were desperate. They were absolutely desperate and in total fear that their children were going down a path that they couldn't come back from. And so what Connor experienced there was different types of physical abuse. He had to strip down to his boxers every night and sleep in a locked room with boys who were older than him that he didn't know. This is a child who had survived the sexual abuse by an uncle. It was just a profound level of trauma that he experienced. So he was in this facility for about 3 years. And then he comes out when he's 18 years old. And the facility didn't provide education. It didn't provide job training. One day, he just basically disappeared from his community. He lost all of his friendships. He comes back at the age of 18, and he returns to the basement of his parents' house, and he begins cycling in and out of the local criminal justice system for petty thefts, for sleeping outside. And things sort of escalate. He ends up in jail for a longer stretch of time. He befriends a gentleman who is involved in a local religious group who is sort of a missionary to individuals who are incarcerated, and they develop a really nice friendship. Connor ends up getting a job and is allowed to go out from the jail to work and come back. One night he's late. Again, this is a real sort of inflection moment. If the jail would have said, okay, you're 10 minutes late and that's okay, we're going to talk about what happened, as opposed to, well, now you're a felon, because it's considered an escape. If you're 1 minute late from your job, you are considered an escapee. So now he's scared. He doesn't know what's going to happen. He goes to his friend and he ends up killing him. It's unclear exactly what happens, but he picks up a vase and strikes him and takes him to the basement, puts a bag over his head, ties him up, leaves him there, and he's found dead several hours later. And so it's a story that I think is important because even when a child does have certain material things, there is no substitute for the ability to feel like you were able to be safe and to talk about the things that you've experienced. You know, right now in the United States, there are a number of states that are pursuing laws to allow execution for individuals who are convicted of raping children. And I'll tell you that some of the things that trouble me the most about these laws is if you look at somebody like Connor, the reason he didn't say anything is because it was a family member. And most children who experience abuse, it happens within the family. And so if a child were to know that their loved one could face the death penalty, it would just be another obstacle to being able to disclose what happened.
Wow. Well, I cannot wait to read The Deserving, what the lives of the condemned reveal about American justice. You can, of course, pick up her book wherever books are sold. And the St. Louis County Library will host Dr. Varkezen for a more in-depth conversation and book signing March 19th, which is a new date due to our weather. You can learn more at slcl.org. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me. It was an absolute pleasure.
Wow. It is 8 minutes before 4 o'clock. Captain Paul, how are the roads?
The roads are not too bad, Heidi. We have emergency vehicles on 44 West at Antire. There's a stalled vehicle on 44 West at Southwest. And St. Louis City officials say they should be able to clear all the main roads and hill routes by this afternoon. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
After President Trump and Governor Walz discussed the situation in Minnesota, some changes are being made. Kelly Meyer, a White House correspondent for News Nation, joins us with the latest. Thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So what has changed at this hour? Are you seeing a difference?
Well, so we're hearing a lot from President Trump today, actually, speaking out for the first time since the shooting of Alex Preddy over the weekend. And he is saying that he is watching this investigation play out. And we're really seeing this shift from the White House, from the tactics that they were using in Minnesota, seeming like they're going to make some changes here. We haven't exactly seen those complete changes just yet. We know that Tom Homan, his border czar, is on the ground. He said he just spoke with Homan today. Homan also met with the governor there in Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz, and they're having these conversations. The president is basically saying he's going to see how this all plays out in terms of whether or not he's going to remove agents from Minnesota, or at least remove some of them from Minnesota. So it's something that he says he's watching closely.
Kelly, is it true? I thought I saw a report, but you never know. Is it true that after the Walz-Trump phone conversation that the Minnesota State Police were present, and this is my terminology, helping the situation last night? Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think we know that the president spoke with Governor Walz yesterday. He also spoke with the mayor in Minneapolis. He said that they were both good conversations, and then we also know, and a source close to the White House said that he had met with Homan throughout the day yesterday and then sent him there to Minnesota. So we do know that this is kind of stemming from, he must have had those discussions behind the scenes with Homan about what he wanted to see happen in Minnesota, and then we're seeing that play out.
The president is publicly backing Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Do we know what's actually happening behind closed doors?
We don't, and we know that they had met as well. Yesterday, the president met with Noem and had a long conversation with her inside the White House, a source was telling News Nation, but we don't know what that means for her. The president, though, as he spoke to reporters today several times, expressed his confidence in her. That's what we heard from Caroline Leavitt in the briefing room yesterday when I was there, that he still has the utmost confidence in her, but we don't know if this is going to play out differently. There's also been reporting that it was Stephen Miller who was really behind the rhetoric that we heard from both Noem and Miller himself, calling Preddy a domestic terrorist, and even the president, Caroline Leavitt, saying that she didn't hear the president characterize the man in that way.
Does putting Tom Homan in and sending him to Minneapolis, does pulling Greg Bovino out, does distancing themselves from Stephen Miller and that rhetoric, does that help possibly keep the government open this weekend?
It's a really good question, and we don't know. There's many Democrats that are saying they want to see DHS Secretary Noem out. They don't want her. They want her to resign. They want her gone. And that could impact whether or not they vote yes or no. We're even hearing it from someone like John Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, who generally sides with Republicans sometimes in some instances in some votes, but he is as well calling for her to go. Other Republicans are even saying they just want to see a change in the tactics. They want ICE out of certain states, and they want to see a proof that these changes are happening for them to vote in support of this bill.
So in your opinion, will any of this reshape Trump's cabinet?
It's a good question, and you really don't know. What's interesting is, we could have another potential cabinet meeting coming up here soon, and, who's sitting at the table, whether or not it changes. It seems as though it's something that the president and his team are trying to tackle first with sending Homan in, trying to take down the temperature and see what they can do, having these conversations with leaders there. Maybe they're going to see how this plays out first, but you don't know exactly what decision. I was covering him in Trump 1 the first term, and there were a lot of changes with his cabinet, but this time around there haven't been that many, and it seems like they're trying to kind of keep this close to the chest and see how they can handle this internally before they make a massive change.
Kelly Meyer, a White House correspondent for News Nation, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And she talked about it. We have a possible government shutdown looming this weekend, and the tax season just opened up on Monday. And I mentioned that last week. And the problem being, if there's a government shutdown and for an extended period of time, what does it do to tax season?
Who could we call? Is there anybody that would...
Great question, Bob.
Okay, thanks.
Jeff Zufall, 636-394-5524, 636-394-5524. Number one, just get him to do your taxes this year. Don't worry about all the little stuff, the new laws, the old laws, the adding, the subtracting, because you're going to mess that up anyway, Bob. Get Jeff to do your taxes.
You've been peeking at my file.
Yes. And if this year's tax season is messy or jumbled up or delayed, Jeff will take care of that for you because he's already doing your taxes. Capital Advisory Group, Capital Advisory, GRP. 636-394-5524.
Way back in time, if you had a leak in the roof of your hut, I imagine you had to find a tree close by, scale it, and then jump and hope you could get up there and see what was wrong. Then came the advent of the ladder. There was an easier way to get up there and see if something was wrong. And with modern technology, we finally get around to the drone. Now, the folks at Allen Roofing use those instead of trees and ladders. Send a drone up, find out if there's anything wrong with your roof, get some pictures, go over it with you, and see if there's a problem, how bad it is, what they could do, what it'll cost. Or if everything's just fine, they will tell you that too. Boy, it's so nice we don't have to climb trees to look at our hut. Allen Roofing embracing technology and doing quality roof repair, siding, gutters, everything for the outside of your home. Just ask Gronk. He was one of the first customers. It's Allen Roofing. Find them online at aroofing.net.
Some of my fondest memories as a kid is heading down to the hardware store. You had to pick up a couple of nails, a couple of screws, maybe a gallon of paint, whatever it may be, right? It was your friendly neighborhood hardware store. Well, those don't exist anymore in St. Louis, except for Schnarr's Hardware. They have two locations in Webster Groves and in Clayton Road in Ladue. Schnarr's Hardware is that place where you go in and you can get that bucket of paint, you can get a couple of screws. The advice is always free. And the one thing about Schnarr's Hardware that every single family hardware store used to have, and that is the smell. It smells like a hardware store. It's got the selection. I don't know how they do it. It's a small store, but they got everything you ever need. They got the paint. They got paint matching. They've got big green eggs. They've got screws and nails and everything a hardware store should have. Schnarr's Hardware. 2 locations, 1 great hardware store. Schnarr's Hardware. We'll see you there.
The Big 550.
KTRS St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. President Trump is downplaying his decision to send border czar Tom Homan to Minnesota and replace Greg Bovino, saying, quote, I shake up teams. He's defying calls from both parties to fire his Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Her critics say she's lost credibility for claiming Alex Preddy was attacking agents when video shows the contrary. Investigators with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are now collecting evidence at the scene. ABC's Mark Rivera is there.
This is necessary from the state's perspective because they are not working in tandem with the federal government on this investigation. The feds have been clear they are not sharing information and they are not working together with the state of Minnesota on this shooting death. In fact, Minnesota had to take the federal government to court to ask them to preserve evidence that was found here at the scene during this investigation.
A person has been shot and critically wounded by a border agent in southern Arizona. The FBI says in a statement the federal agent was assaulted. Population growth in the United States has slowed significantly, mostly because of a historic decline in net migration, according to new numbers by the census. Power remains out across much of the South. Vanderbilt Children's Hospital in Tennessee has treated 46 patients for carbon monoxide exposure as people try to heat their homes. States impacted by the storm report a total of 42 deaths. A 30-vehicle pileup shut down a highway in Michigan and a chain reaction wreck in whiteout conditions near Grand Rapids. The fourth winter of war in Ukraine is a brutal one. ABC's Patrick Reevell has the latest.
50 drones attacking the southern city, killing at least 2 people and injuring 20 more. Russia once again targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure when millions of people have been without heating and power during an exceptionally cold winter.
The S&P rose again, going above its all-time high, but the Dow dropped 409 points at the close. Consumer confidence is at the lowest since 2014. You're listening to ABC News.
If you're tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS, Tax Relief Advocates wants you to know you don't have to be afraid. No matter what challenging life situation you're facing while owing 10 or even hundreds of thousands in back taxes to the IRS, we have a solution. TRA has already negotiated over $1.5 billion in taxes owed by over 180,000 struggling taxpayers since 2017, earning over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Generous tax debt forgiveness programs are currently available that can end your tax nightmare and may reduce or eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you're facing collections or an audit, don't lose hope. Act Act now to check what tax relief you may qualify for. Simply visit TRA.com or call 800-583-5177. 800-583-5177. Again, that's 800-583-5177. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Missouri Valley Conference men's basketball tournament has been the showcase for buzzer beaters, madness, and championship glory. With nearly 5 decades of heart-racing excitement, it begins here at Enterprise Center. The 2026 State Farm MVC Tournament, presented by Credit Union One, Great Southern Bank, and SSM Health, tips off on March 5th through 8th. Celebrate 50 years of the Valley's postseason championship. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
29 degrees at 4:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. St. Louis City road crews continue to work to clear roadways after the weekend snowstorm. City leaders say they hope to have roads fully cleared by tomorrow. South Big Bend Boulevard in Maplewood was shut down last night after a large water main break, but officials report that all lanes have now reopened. Meanwhile, the weather affected a number of local events, with many of those being canceled. The opening day of the St. Louis Jewish Community Center's used book sale on Sunday was among those, but on the Carney Show, the center's John Wilson said schedule changes have been made and the event is still on.
It is online. You can go to jccstl.com and you just go to our Arts and Ideas link, and then you scroll down for our used book sale link. And we've got all the information along with the schedule changes because of the weather, our hours, and all the specifics.
The St. Louis Jewish Community Center's used book sale runs through Thursday. Meanwhile, today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and the Kaplan Feldman Holocaust Museum in West County will be holding a special presentation with the St. Louis Symphony at 6:30 this evening. Sentencing is set for later this week for former Illinois Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson. He was convicted in October of second-degree murder in the death of Sonia Massey. Authorities say he shot and killed the unarmed woman in July of 2024 after she called 911 over a potential intruder at her Springfield home. His sentencing is scheduled for Thursday in Peoria County. The fate of a man convicted of killing a police officer and severely injuring another is now in the hands of a jury.
The penalty phase resumed today for the man convicted of killing a Herman police officer and injuring another. A jury delivered a guilty verdict on Saturday night for Kenneth Simpson. Back in March of 2023, Sergeant Mason Griffith and Officer Adam Sullentrop responded to a gas station in Herman for a report of an irate person. When officers arrived, they encountered Simpson. That's when police say Simpson shot the officers. Griffith died of his injuries, and Sullentrop spent over 7 months in a Colorado rehab facility. The jury is deciding on life in prison without parole or the death penalty. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
Missouri officials are set to reveal new cache data, marking a positive milestone in the fight against traffic deaths. The Missouri Department of Transportation, the Missouri State Highway Patrol, and other safety partners are hosting events across the state today to share the update and what those figures mean for Missouri's ongoing efforts to improve highway safety. Officials will also highlight ongoing strategies to reduce traffic fatalities. This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's new restaurant is set to open this spring. Located in the Central West End, the Noble Crown will offer, quote, elevated American favorites in a space thoughtfully designed with subtle nods to the strategy and beauty of chess. Now the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow is down 409 points at 49,003. NASDAQ up 215 at 23,817. And the S&P 500 up 28 at 6,000. Here are sports and traffic. We send it to Paul.
Steve, Mizzou basketball takes on number 23 Alabama tonight in Tuscaloosa. The tip time has moved for this game up to 7 p.m. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. this evening on the Big 550. SLU basketball has moved up to number 21 in the latest Associated Press poll. The Billikens meet a talented George Washington team tonight at Chaffetz. And the Blues will look to snap a 4-game losing streak when they welcome the Dallas Stars to Enterprise Center tonight. Jordan Kyrou could be the player to watch, having scored 3 goals over his last 3 games. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. The exit from 55 South to 4500 South Broadway is closed. There's a stalled vehicle on 44 West at Southwest. Otherwise, area interstates are snow-free and looking good. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our forecast calls for mostly clear skies tonight, a low around 4 degrees, mostly sunny tomorrow with a high around 30. Then temperatures fall, 22 the high on Thursday, with highs in the teens on Friday and Saturday. Right now at 4:08, we do have sunshine, 29 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Elevate your home with stunning lighting from Metro Lighting.
Shopping for a gorgeous chandelier for your dining room?
Need a new table lamp?
Or lighting your entire dream home?
Our certified lighting specialists are here to help.
Locally owned with 6 convenient locations.
An amazing selection of lighting for any style and budget.
And all at the guaranteed best price.
And did you know?
Metro Lighting is a great source for furniture, art, and home decor too.
Metro Lighting.
Full of bright ideas for your home.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. With credit card balances at an all-time high and Golden Oak's 4.5% rate, you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call. Call today and get your cash in as little as 14 days and make no payments for 2 months. Call 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
When you pay for tree work, you want to be sure you're getting the most for your hard-earned money. That's why you should always use the ISA certified arborist at River City Tree Service in Baldwin, Missouri. Hi, I'm Steve with River City Tree Service, and we've been the go-to tree service since 2008. Tree removal, tree trimming, storm damage, deadwood removal, stump grinding, and more. Give River City Tree Service a call for all your tree service needs at 314-270-8071. That's 314-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
For all of your travel needs, you go to the best travel agency in the world. Granted, I'm a little biased. Altair Travel and Cruises. They'll take you wherever you want to go in style. They'll handle all the details. You handle all the fun. Don't go to the Googles. Don't make that mistake. It all starts at Altair Travel and Cruises on Brentwood Boulevard, 314-968-9600. Anywhere you want to go, let Altair Travel take you. AltairTravel.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Tuesday afternoon, January 27th. Oni by Blue Ocean opening in the Grove in March. This is the team behind Blue Ocean coming back. Owner Ben Sawyer's new concept, Oni, will bring sushi and noodle favorites to the Grove in early March. Their refined menu will honor the Blue Ocean legacy while starting a new chapter for the Japanese pub. And Oni appears in Japanese mythology as a demon that is notoriously hard to kill, making it a perfect for a resurrection of Blue Ocean. I love when the name really means something. And according to Sawyer, it was not his decision, but the landlord's for the former restaurant to leave its location in the Delmore Loop. After nearly 20 years, Blue Ocean shut its doors at the end of October 2025 with a promise to be back, and now we know what to expect. Oni will feature a menu reminiscent of but distinct from its ancestor. He said, I love the idea of smaller menu. Sushi and ramen favorites remain, but Sawyer's goal is quality over quantity. They're bringing in new items too, perfect for the rollout of regular lunch hours. The Oni St. Paul, listen to this, will be loaded with pork belly, mayonnaise, and eel sauce on a house-made bun. Ideal for both dine-in or take-out. And the drink menu features seasonally rotating house cocktails plus Japanese beers on tap. So the new concept will have drip coffee, espresso available anytime for those who are needing an afternoon pickup or a boost after a night enjoying the bar. So I think it sounds pretty cool, and Blue Ocean was always a great spot.
I know, I was never there.
Well, now you'll have to try the new spot.
Now I'll go try the new one. Keep things rolling. You guys familiar with the film Escape from Alcatraz?
Yes.
Clint Eastwood movie?
Yes.
Well, do you think it's possible? Do you think those guys made it, or do you think that's just a legend?
When I was touring Alcatraz, I kept thinking, I think somebody could make it.
It does when you're there.
Yeah.
Until you get in the water.
Exactly. and whatever else lies beneath.
Yeah. Have you ever been out there, Josh?
Yes, it was fascinating.
It was. I
Almost
agree.
the best part of my trip to San Francisco / Napa Valley. And my wife is convinced that they made it, and I do not. I think I think they got eaten by a shark.
Well, that's a pretty hungry shark.
All of them.
All three of them.
You know what my favorite part of the
One bite.
tour was? When you walked in the cafeteria and you could hear the plates and the forks clicking, and it was like you were
They did a great
really
job.
there. And it's like, oh my gosh, is a riot going to break out anytime?
A great job.
My
Well, that's why I took a shiv.
Yeah.
Just
that's
in
my
case.
second shiv reference.
Yeah, I like
My
it.
favorite part of the Alcatraz tour is they walk you into the cell that faces San Francisco.
Yeah.
And
what torture.
What a view. And they said on New Year's Eve, you could hear people partying from your jail cell. And like Bob just said, torture to be able to see it out there and be stuck in the worst prison in America.
Well, a coyote has been caught on camera swimming to Alcatraz Island.
Whoa.
Believed to be the first of its species to visit the former prison, which is now a tourist attraction, as we just mentioned. Guest relation employees for Alcatraz City Cruises said he was helping disembark at a dock when a tourist showed him the video she had just captured of a coyote swimming to shore at Alcatraz Island and climbing up on the rocks. Now, they say the coyote could have gone back in the water, but they say Judy Kessler, an amateur naturalist, they've been studying coyote behavior in the Bay Area for 20 years, said the canine would be able to survive on the island, and for whatever reason it went there, there would be some food sources and fresh water, or certainly water in puddles that they could drink, and that it may have come from San Francisco or Angel Island, which is nearby. Either way, the animal would have to swim a mile to get to Alcatraz. So the motivation of why a coyote would do it, we can understand why you would want to get off the island.
Why would you want to get to it?
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought about all that, and if a coyote could do it, Josh, why not a person?
Right.
Of course, you don't have a fur coat.
3 people. Yeah, why would the coyote jump in there like that?
Okay, Tex.
Yeah. That's what I call them, coyotes.
Coyotes. As we call them on the farm.
Yeah. All right, let's stay in San Francisco, or at least Santa Clara, hosting the Super Bowl in just a couple of weeks. And the two teams, the New England Patriots, the Seattle Seahawks, the Patriots will have their practice sessions at Stanford University. The Seahawks
A little further north.
will prepare at San Jose State University, which would be a little further south.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But the question is, why isn't anyone going to practice at the practice facility that the 49ers use, which is right next door to the stadium? Well, this is adding fuel to the fire of a conspiracy.
I love it then.
Involving Levi Stadium, the San Francisco 49ers training complex, and a electrical substation, which is nearby. So here's the theory that was propagated firstly on the internet. They say that all of the injuries that the San Francisco 49ers have sustained this year and all the previous seasons were caused by electromotive force coming from this electric substation. And
Who says that?
The internet,
They.
Heidi.
Oh,
Now, the idea, which originated, on social media, has been widely dismissed by medical professionals
and broadcast professionals in the studio.
At least 2 of them.
As unscientific, and they say...
Where's your thing that says duh?
Yeah, duh. However, this announcement that the two teams are not going to be practicing at the San Francisco 49ers practice facility, on top of the Niners general manager John Lynch confirming that the organization is actually looking into this, is causing people to say, look, this isn't just a theory anymore. He said that they will look into everything, including the substation theory, because it deals with the health and safety of our players. You have to look into everything when it comes to that.
What were the injuries?
We've got Nick Bosa out for the season, Fred Warner out for the season.
But with what?
They just call it soft tissue, bone injuries, things like that.
It's called football.
I agree.
I'm texting Dr. Lehman right now.
I agree with that statement, Heidi, and to back me up, I just looked at the last 7 seasons of NFC championship games, and the Niners have been in 4 of them. So if their players were getting injured,
but it's all the years. It's now cumulative. It's a cumulative effect.
Here we go. Here we go. This season, they led the league in adjusted salary cap value, lost to the injured reserve. So they've had a pretty bad couple of seasons as far as injuries go. Remember that season where Christian McCaffrey had to finish out the NFC championship game because all the quarterbacks got injured?
Yeah.
But as Heidi says, maybe you could just chalk it up to football.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
rough
kind of
sport.
crazy. Here's what I would say. You could also get those injuries by climbing up on a ladder and trying to patch your roof. I say leave that as well to the professionals. There's no need in climbing up on a ladder or even trying to replace that front door yourself. You want the true professionals, and that would be Dalco Home Remodeling. They custom make doors, they custom make windows, and they're not just made in America. They're made in Missouri. We're taking it even one step further. Sliding doors, French doors, front doors can all be custom painted or stained to whatever you have going on, or maybe you want to just really mix things up. You're in charge. You tell them what you want, and you're going to get it. They also have energy-saving vinyl replacement windows, and if you go stand by your window today or tomorrow, you might really think about adding those energy-saving vinyl replacement windows to cut down on the drafts and lower your heating bill. But they'll do roofing as well. They can do a complete bathroom remodel. Every project that Dalco Home Remodeling tackles is handled with care and intention. Customer service is at the top of their to-do list. So call Dalco Home Remodeling at 314-298-7300 or go online to dalcohomeremodeling.com. Coming up, we'll chat with the editor of the St. Louis Business Journal about a couple of the headlines in their paper.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment. You fill out a health questionnaire form. You get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home. And then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners. And then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
Holidays are over. Time to relax and get back to the daily routine. January is a great time to enjoy the casual, comfortable atmosphere at Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. Gingham's was voted the #1 breakfast by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, but we offer so much more. Great daily specials throughout the week, some of the best pies you've ever tasted, and our soups can't be beat. Anything you want, anytime you want, 24 hours a day, and some of the best service anywhere. Visit us at ginghamsrestaurant.com. Stay warm.
The Missouri Valley Conference Men's Basketball Tournament has been the showcase for buzzer beaters, madness, and championship glory. With nearly 5 decades of heart-racing excitement, it begins here at Enterprise Center. The 2026 State Farm MVC Tournament, presented by Credit Union One, Great Southern Bank, and SSM Health, tips off on March 5th through 8th. Celebrate 50 years of the Valley's postseason championship. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
Looking for a new kitchen or bath? Call me, Anne-Marie Boges, the co-host of the Inside Out Show and owner and designer at Anne-Marie Design Studio. Visit our website at annemariestudio.com. We can help make your dream space into a reality. We're a fine kitchen and bath boutique located in Wildwood. We do it all, from design to bid to installation too. Call us today at 636-821-3395 or go online at annemariestudio.com. Let's make your dream kitchen or bath a reality with Anne-Marie Design Studio.
Sure, AAA are the folks who can get you back on the road when you have a flat tire. They can also provide quality and affordable home and auto insurance. But when you think of AAA, think of this too, AAA Travel. Hi, it's Julie Buck, and AAA Travel is ready to plan your next trip or vacation. And you don't have to be a member to enjoy their services. Of course, membership does have its privileges. To find a AAA advisor near you, just visit AAA.com/travel. Remember, the internet is for looking. AAA.com/travel is for booking.
SSM Health welcomes the St. Louis Golf Expo, January 30th through February 1st at the St. Charles Convention Center. Buy big brands with Pro-Am Golf. Test skills at our simulators. Savor beer and cocktails. Get bonus golf, free balls, and special offers while they last. VIP tickets at stlgolfexpo.com.
This is Mariah, third generation at Newsteaders Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newsteaders, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS. This is the Business Journal Report with editor Erik Siemers on the Heidi Glaus Show. Powered by Capital Advisory Group. CapitalAdvisoryGRP.com.
Erik Siemers, editor of the St. Louis Business Journal, is back with a couple of stories his team is covering. And Erik, let's start with Explore St. Louis. They've hired a new chief marketing officer.
Oh.
What happened?
He dropped.
Oh.
All right, let me call him back real quick.
Sick of our baloney.
You guys talk
I don't
amongst
blame him.
yourselves.
He's a serious
All right.
journalist.
We also have a request over here to refresh our YouTube feed because people are watching. And I mean, we've got 7 people tuned in right now.
All 7?
Yeah, we got to get up on there so they can actually see our faces, you know, because that is really something to see.
Yikes.
As far as that goes. Well, okay, we'll wait for Josh to.
Erik?
Yeah. Is Erik, are you there now?
I'm here.
Oh.
He turned into a
Okay,
monster.
yes, he doesn't sound the same.
All right.
Josh?
Hello, Erik Siemers from the St. Louis Business Journal.
Hello.
Okay, let's take a quick break and you figure that out, shall we?
Hey, St. Louis, Eddie McVeigh here from Maggie O'Brien's, reminding everyone that I'm looking forward to seeing you at one of our 2 locations. Whether it be for lunch, happy hour, dinner, or late night, Maggie's is the place to be. Don't forget to catch our shuttle to all the major events downtown. And if you need a banquet room, small or large, for that special occasion, please give us a call at Maggie O'Brien's. Maggie O'Brien's 2 locations on South Lindbergh and Sunset Hills and downtown at the corner of Market and 20th Street. Union Station is next to us.
Hey, it's Heidi, and if the new year means a new look for your home, look no further than Dalco Home Remodeling. Let me just tell you, customers could not be happier. If you're looking for new windows, Dalco Home Remodeling has you covered. If you're looking for a new door, they can custom make you a front door. They can do French doors, they can do sliding doors, and they can stain it or paint it to whatever you have going on or whatever new color you want to add. that, let me just tell you about some of the happy clients. You've got Alex, who said, I had Dalco replace several windows and doors on one of my properties. Did a top quality job for me, would definitely recommend. And he's just one of many. You know, Dalco Home Remodeling has been around for more than 50 years. They are family owned and family operated. So if you're ready to get your dream project underway, go to DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. You can also give them a call at 314-298-7300. All right, third time's a charm. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. I love hearing your voice. Let's start with Explore St. Louis. They've hired a new chief marketing officer. What do we know about her?
So she comes to St. Louis from Door County, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Her name is Julie Gilbert. She was previously the president and CEO of Destination Door County in Wisconsin. She had been there in that position since November 2021. This isn't a new position. This is a spot that had for years been held by a longtime executive at Explore St. Louis, Brian Hall, who retired last year. And of course, with Brad Dean as the new CEO of Explore St. Louis, he's bringing in his own new staff, and this is somebody who it sounds like she's got some pretty strong experience for marketing St. Louis.
Yeah, and I was trying to kind of break down a little bit. I mean, Explore St. Louis really is the entity that shares our story all across the world. I mean, we see ads for Nashville or Hot Springs, Arkansas, but this is what the team does for St. Louis.
Yeah, that's right. So these guys are the ones selling St. Louis to prospective tourists. Simultaneously, they are marketing the Dome and the Convention Center for big events and conventions that would come to St. Louis, all with the intention, of course, of bringing people to St. Louis to see it, to explore, to visit, to see all our attractions. This was the agency that, if you all remember years ago, the marketing campaign that used all of our St. Louis-based celebrities, the John Hams and John Goodman and Sterling K. Brown. That's the sort of thing they do. And so, yes, when you see a tour bus or a bus going through St. Louis and it's advertising like Memphis or something, that's their tourism agency, similar to Explore St. Louis, doing that.
So I guess I would have to assume that we've seen pictures for Michigan and even Illinois, even though we live right next door. Indiana, I saw an ad, like, who wants to go to Indiana?
I do. It's a great place.
They're running advertisements in other cities and other states that say, go visit St. Louis.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And certainly, although we're not seeing them, St. Louis has been doing the same elsewhere as well. So we just don't see it because we're not the target audience.
Right.
We're already here.
Well, it sounds like she brings a lot of experience. I mean, Door County is, they advertise all the time. I mean, I went there because of the advertisements.
Yeah, it has become a well-known. There aren't many places in America where you know the county and can say exactly where it's from.
I don't know what it is.
That has to tell you something.
Where is it?
Well, it is, I believe, north of Milwaukee. I just know it is kind of a well-known
It's a family getaway.
Oh.
So Wisconsin is a mitten and Door County is on the thumb.
Oh, up by Green Bay.
Yeah, and it's on the water and it's beautiful.
So a couple of questions here. We all know, and this isn't a shot, this is where I'm from, this is my home, but we're pretty parochial here. So because of that, I have appreciation for going outside of St. Louis to hire somebody to take an objective look and see what we can promote. Did you find it unusual, or is this kind of the way business should be run?
I think this is the way you should do it. At the same time, you're also looking for experience.
Yes.
This is a pretty specific job. This is tourism marketing. So this is somebody whose experience is in doing that exact thing and in leading an organization in doing that. So this seems like a pretty smart hire for the folks that Explore St. Louis for those reasons alone. I'm not really sure the we're from here, not from here thing plays into it as much as the previous experience doing this and having a track record of success.
Yeah, that's good.
Eric, have you had a chance to talk with her yet? Do you know what she likes about St. Louis?
haven't. This announcement came out this morning. It's been pretty fresh. So
Oh.
no, we don't know a whole lot about her just yet.
All right. Well, the building that I walked into for 22 years is now up for sale. I'm talking about KSDK's former building along Market Street. And it's an interesting space with lots of big open spaces that were once studios. What are you hearing about the sale of this place?
Well, from what we're hearing from folks who are familiar with downtown real estate is that it presents a lot of opportunity. It's big. It's got a studio space. It's got a lot of room in there. But one of the big problems that really challenged KSDK is also likely to challenge any other future tenant or anyone looking to redevelop that property. And that's parking.
I walked 2 blocks, if not more than that, for 22 years. In the snow, in the rain, in the dead of heat.
And when KSDK announced it was leaving, President and General Manager Alicia Elsner had told us back, this is a year ago at this point, that they were looking for a place that had safe and secure parking. It was really an important factor in what they're doing for a lot of the reasons you just mentioned. You would have recognizable on-air talent walking in downtown at sometimes difficult times of night. And again, downtown is not the danger zone people think it is, but it is still not necessarily the most pleasant vibe to be walking around at night by yourself, going to work. So KSDK has since moved out closer to Forest Park in that area, which, as a matter of fact, they're 2 floors below from where I'm talking to you right now in my own office here in the Highlands Plaza building. So we do have ample parking here, and it's right attached to the building. But this downtown building that is on the market, it's got an asking price of just under $3 million, according to a marketing brochure, which is under its appraised value. Its last appraisal was just over $5 million.
Wow. I also read there's possible talk of making it a parking lot.
Well, that is one of the options here. I mean, the parking situation down there isn't just a problem for that building. It's also a problem for adjacent buildings.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about these things, there aren't actual plans on it. The property is just sort of on the market. It's ready to be sold. It's looking for a buyer. But when you're thinking of prospective uses for it, making a parking lot out of that spot is certainly not off the table, and it's something people have brought up as a possibility.
Yeah, because you're right across from City Garden. I mean, it would be a great spot for a parking lot.
It's a great location for sure on Market, but I've been in the building as an intern. Heidi worked there for 20 years. The whole basement was a television studio. There's minimal office space. Are they thinking that this thing is just going to get bulldozed regardless of who buys it?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, from the exterior, it looks very dated. It looks very of its time, but it's really hard to tell.
It kind of hurts my heart.
Well, it's also I have to imagine what developers are going to look at is what is the best possible use for this property, and then what's it going to cost to get to that point. Is it going to cost more to redevelop it? Is it going to cost more to level it and rebuild a parking lot? Those are the things that, I'm not a developer. I can't pencil that sort of thing out right now. But I'm sure as they go to market this, they're marketing every possibility just to see who they can attract to it.
Yeah. And then the other story that caught my attention, St. Louis Chess Club is opening a new restaurant. What kind of restaurant?
Well, they are calling it Elevated American Favorites. Of course, I don't know any new restaurant that comes out that doesn't describe their food as elevated, but I get the point.
Right.
It's they're not going to say it's de-escalated or whatever. So, but
classics.
But it's right. It's going to be called the Noble Crown, and I give them a lot of credit for finding a chess-themed name that isn't so on the nose, like Checkmates or something like that. But this one, they're calling it a chess-inspired dining experience. It's a partnership with St. Louis restaurateur Kevin Brennan, whose company is called Noble Concessions. And so he also owns Brennan's Restaurant. And he owns Maryland House Restaurant. So he owns a few other properties. He's a regular restaurateur. And so this property, it's going to be about 30,000 square foot. it's probably a 30,000 square foot campus there in the Central West End. So they're making kind of they want the chess experience to be all encompassing.
So will it actually be inside the chess club?
It will be located adjacent to a part of the same sort of property.
It's where Culpeppers was.
That's right.
Okay.
It's filling the space that previously held Culpeppers and Froyo, which apparently was a frozen yogurt operation there.
And I was telling these guys, the Brennan's guy, I forget what, Kevin Brennan, his restaurants are some of the best in St. Louis.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
In his hands, this might be actually one of the best places to go in the Central West End.
Great location.
So the Chess Club in 2019 took over 3 storefronts on that spot. It was one is the former Brennan's, and the Chess Club took over is one of them. So this is going to take up one of those storefronts.
Now, does he also operate Kingside Diner, or that's a whole different restaurant tour?
I think I don't know if he operates that.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, you can read more about what's happening in business news in our area online at bizjournals.com/St. Louis. Eric, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
And that chess club, I'm really glad that we have the, World Chess St. Louis.
It's a huge draw.
Whatever, Chess Hall of Fame, whatever. Huge draw internationally.
Yeah.
Even, but that part of town is great for retail and restaurant. And when they took over that whole block and took all the retail and restaurant out of it.
They didn't take all of it.
I don't
Right
know
down
what
the
was
street.
left there. Down the street, but block right there was gobbled up by the chess club.
And they took out unbelievably successful places.
They took out Brennan's. Brennan's had to move around the corner. Culpeppers eventually left. The Froyo is gone.
Oh no!
But it didn't leave any shopping or restaurants on that block.
No, on the block there is. On the corner there is
on
not.
The corner.
So it's, there's...
Where do you want to put your marquee location of whatever? You want to put it on the corner. They are finally doing that, finally. And
well, what street is the
Euclid and
Maryland
is the corner. But if you go further down Maryland,
is that where the chess club is?
Yeah.
Yes.
The chess club is like right. It's
I
that
see
whole
it now.
thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, you go right across there, and you've got like right by the fountain. You've got Adira. You've got
that's down the
Lululemon.
block.
Well, but it's all the same.
Euclid in Maryland was the marquee
epicenter.
Thank you. And then Coffee Cartel left, and it became a makeup store. And I guess the Drunken Fish is still there.
It is.
Been down in a minute. Gamlin was there for a while. Now that changed to Kingside. But
Gamlin went out of business. I see this differently than you do, and maybe we can get somebody to tell us the history. A lot of those places were going out of business. I'm more happy that they did take over rather than having an empty building there. Culpeppers went out before the chess club took over.
And in the end, between the two of you, I may be a mitigation guy. Between the two of you, the point is something we think is going to be cool is going to be there.
Finally.
And
finally.
Well, let's dwell on the past.
I was going to say, look at the positive of all of it.
But I think that's a good thing. And apparently, the folks who run that club do things right and classy. We'll see if that continues here. But I'm hopeful, like you, that a really cool place on the corner will be there.
And somebody just pointed out on the text line, Kingside is on the corner. The restaurant is on the corner of that.
Kingside is now where Gamlin used to be.
Right, but that's the corner.
That's a corner.
Okay,
There's
so
4 corners to every intersection.
Okay, you've got Kingside, you've got Drunken Fish.
And then on the other 2 corners, there's been nothing for, I don't know, there was a makeup store, but that's
not the chess club's fault.
But that's not right.
No, but then on the chess club's corner, they've kind of boarded that up, and it's just been chess club stuff. Until now.
And I'm willing to bet they had a plan the whole time, and it just took a while.
Took, 5 years?
To get there. Do you want to complain more?
I'm glad that they finally put something there.
Yeah, you said the last. Yeah, and then the last time you were there was what?
I was down there last year.
Well, nobody goes there anymore.
Yeah.
It's too crowded.
It's 4:41. Captain Paul, please bring us some positive news.
Except we do have a couple of accidents that popped up in the last 15 minutes. There's a crash on 70 West at Salisbury, causing a stop-and-go jam back to the Musial Bridge. We have a crash on 170 South before 64 with traffic backed up to Ladue Road. The exit from 55 South to 4500 South Broadway is closed due to a police emergency. The slowdown extends back to Gasconade. 64 West is busy in front of Forest Park, and there's a stalled vehicle on 270 South past 44, another one on 44 West at Southwest, and a stalled vehicle at 64 East before 14th Street. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Are you prepared to take advantage of all the new changes in the tax law this year? Hi, I'm Jeff Zufall, Senior Tax Strategist and Wealth Advisor at Capital Advisory Group and the author of the #1 best-selling book on taxes, Keep What's Yours. My newest book, Keeping What's Yours, the Strategic Tax Planning Guide for the One Big Beautiful Bill, not only details the tax rules from the Tax and Jobs Acts, but also addresses many additional new benefits to both businesses and households. To get your copy today at capitaladvisorygrp.com or find it on Amazon.
Some of my fondest memories as a kid is heading down to the hardware store. You had to pick up a couple of nails, a couple of screws, maybe a gallon of paint, whatever it may be, right? It was your friendly neighborhood hardware store. Well, those don't exist anymore in St. Louis, except for Schnarr's Hardware. They have 2 locations in Webster Groves and in Clayton Road in Ladue. Schnarr's Hardware is that place where you go in and you can get that bucket of paint, you can get a couple screws. The advice is always free. And the one thing about Schnarr's Hardware that every single family hardware store used to have, and that is the smell. It smells like a hardware store. It's got the selection. I don't know how they do it. It's a small store, but they got everything you ever need. They got the paint. They got paint matching. They've got big green eggs. They've got screws and nails and everything a hardware store should have. Schnarr's Hardware, 2 locations, 1 great hardware store. Schnarr's Hardware, we'll see you there.
John Beal Roofing has been proudly serving homeowners and businesses in the St. Louis metro area on both sides of the river in Missouri and Illinois for over 3 generations. A dependable roof begins with a team you can count on, and that's exactly what you get with John Beal Roofing. Recognized as one of Roofing Contractor Magazine's top 100 roofing companies, John Beal Roofing offers 24/7 emergency service and industry-leading warranties, including a lifetime workmanship warranty for total peace of mind. From upgrading an aging roof or completing a full replacement, the team at John Beal Roofing delivers solutions that are built to code, built to last, and handled with expert care. John Beal also responds quickly with reliable storm damage services backed by decades of experience and 24/7 emergency support. Get started today for expert service and a free, no-obligation estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-ROOF. That's 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
You know, over the years, Lordo's has become part of the family for many, many St. Louis families. For 80 years, they've been helping St. Louis families with all of the jewelry needs, whether it's the diamond ring, a diamond ring, maybe something for St. Patrick's Day, something for an anniversary, Valentine's Day. Throughout the years and throughout the calendar, it's Lordo's as your go-to. Whether it's men or women, you want to repurpose something or buy something new, Lordo's Diamonds in the heart of Ladue on Clayton Road. You see, it's a family business. The family's been running it for years, and they learned it from their father, who learned it from their father. And so that family jeweler, it's where generations of St. Louisans go. Grandparents have gone there. Your grandkids will go there. Right there in Ladue on Clayton Road, across the street from a Norman Rockwell-esque firehouse, is Lordo's Diamonds. Go in, make a friend, and make them your family jeweler, because you can thank me later. 314-432-8008 or online, lordosdiamonds.com.
Fielder Electric Services has been meeting the needs of residents and businesses in the St. Louis area since 1987. As a family and Christian-run business, Fielder Electric believes in treating the customers the right way. Fielder Electric provides service to residential, industrial, or commercial businesses. Under the directive of a licensed master electrician, all work is completed by our professional electricians. Get a free quote from them today. Visit them online at fielderelectricservices.com or give them a call at 314-773-4955.
Despite what some of our politicians say, we all know inflation is on the rise. Hello, I'm Kathleen Cutis, and if you have ever considered a pre-planned funeral, now is the time to visit Cutis Funeral Home. Your specific prepaid funeral has a locked-in price that will never increase due to rising inflation. Take the worry off your family and have the peace of mind when making a pre-arrangement with Cutis. Cutis Funeral Home, affordability with dignity since 1910.
Tune in Mondays to the Frank and Jill Show for Success St. Louis Style as they feature a St. Louis in making a difference in our community. Brought to you by the St. Louis Chess Club. Building champions in the classroom and the community. Online at stlouischessclub.org.
SSM Health welcomes the St. Louis Golf Expo, January 30th through February 1st at the St. Charles Convention Center. Buy big brands with Pro-Am Golf, test skills at our simulators, savor beer and cocktails, get bonus golf, free balls, and special offers while they last. VIP tickets at stlgolfexpo.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Bob, I know you're going to head out here. You've got a big Billikens game.
Billikens, George Washington.
But before you do, you've been spending a lot of time in hotels lately.
Yes, I have.
And the top things we steal from a hotel room. Now, I have never taken a towel.
No.
Have you ever taken a towel, Josh?
With me?
No, taken one from the hotel.
No.
All right, what about hangers?
Those towels are terrible, mostly.
Well, other people have also used them.
Hangers. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Remember the old hotels where the hangers were kind of built in?
Well,
they're hooked on
to the rod.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Well, or they have the metal part, and you put you twist.
Kind of had the knob.
Yeah. So you don't bathrobes. You're not usually allowed to take them, even at resorts or hotels with a spa, but a lot of people end up doing it. And I'm wondering if you want to admit this on the KTRS text line 84126, if you have taken one, have you been charged later if you have taken a robe?
Do they take inventory when they come in?
This is coming from the maids saying what the housekeepers of what is missing.
If you took 2 pillows, they would know.
You know what I have taken? I've taken a box of Kleenex, which I think that's fine.
Yeah,
right?
I would okay that one.
And the little slippers. At one time, I took them with me.
I think the little because those that come in the plastic bag.
They're not going to wash them.
They're not going to
reuse those.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, those get tossed. I think that's okay.
They don't throw them out, do they?
Well, they're not reusing them. You want to put your feet in something else?
I mean, again, the towels have been used by someone else too.
But it's a matter of, are they laundering?
Right. And
I would have to imagine they steam those.
Well,
slippers.
they wouldn't do that.
You got all that plastic. I think it would melt, wouldn't it?
I don't think they'd do that. So you're probably okay. But moreover, why did you want them?
I don't know.
He wants to spend money on his snow boots, not house shoes.
They were comfy. You know?
Yeah.
You
like walking around in slippers.
I'll just take them.
Okay, this is the one that surprised me. 12% said TV remotes get stolen.
What?
Why would you ever? I mean, I guess
The
if you had the
remote?
same TV, I don't know.
A lot of times
Go ahead.
they put the universal remotes in there.
But to go get one at Lowe's is cheaper than your hotel cost.
Right. I thought that one was silly. And then I also saw this, pillows.
People take the pillows?
That's what this said. These are all things that were shocking to me. Toiletries, yes, if they're not attached to
I routinely hate the pillows. I have trouble sleeping on the road. I can't. They're either too thin or too thick, and I can't get the good night's sleep.
Yeah. It's crazy. All right, let's check back in with Captain Paul. I know he was just watching an accident. Is that being cleared?
Yeah, we have a crash on 70 West at Salisbury that has been cleared. There is an accident on 170 South before 64 with traffic backed up to Delmar. Estimated clearance time there is 5:25. 64 West is busy in front of Forest Park. 55 South is crowded around 4500 South Broadway. There's a stalled vehicle on 44 West at Southwest and another one on 64 East before 14th Street. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
You've had all these great ideas about what to do with your outside space. Now's the time to take the next step and call Outdoor Living, because Pat Leahy and the gang at Outdoor Living have built a showroom, which is a great resource for you. You can go in and see all the products they have, the composite decking, the metal framing. You see, at Outdoor Living, what they pride themselves on is building it right the first time and never having to worry about it again. So they build it. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life. Outdoor Living, their showroom on Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, is a great resource for you. You can go and see all the different ways and all the different things they can do. Then they'll come out, they'll do a site visit, and in just a few short weeks, you will have the dream deck, fence, gazebo, pergola, whatever it may be. Outdoor Living, right there in Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood. 314-966-3325 or OutdoorLivingInc.com. Check out the showroom and take that next step. You'll love it. Outdoor Living or OutdoorLivingInc.com.
You're selling your home, and I want to buy it. This is Mike Robinson with Robank Properties, and I am ready to pay top dollar for your home. No contingencies, no inspections, no monkey business. I buy your home no matter the condition or location, and you walk away with cash. Call me, Mike Robinson, at 314-283-0867, 314-283-0867, or at robankproperties.com. That's ROBANG properties.com.
The Missouri Valley Conference Men's Basketball Tournament has been the showcase for buzzer beaters, madness, and championship glory. With nearly 5 decades of heart-racing excitement, it begins here at Enterprise Center. The 2026 State Farm MVC Tournament, presented by Credit Union One, Great Southern Bank, and SSM Health, tips off on March 5th through 8th. Celebrate 50 years of the Valley's postseason championship. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Some content creators on TikTok say they have been censored this week when they post anti-Trump or anti-ICE content online. California is now set to investigate. Alex Stone, ABC News correspondent in LA, joins us with the latest on this story. They just said that they weren't allowed to post, or the post was taken down. What's the argument?
Well, a little bit of a mix of all of that. So it's a bunch of folks on TikTok, the loudest being celebrities and influencers and Democratic politicians who say in the last couple of days, if they post something that is anti-Trump or anti-ICE, that it could be blocked, it could be throttled in the sense that it doesn't show up on anybody's feeds and then it gets no views, or they get blocked, or anything Epstein related as well goes into this no man's land, they say. And so the claims are all over the place from mainly influencers who say that they've been trying to react to Minneapolis, and as they post anti-ICE stuff, their videos go nowhere, and they're posting elsewhere saying this.
TikTok is censoring us. Let me show you the censorship. Let me just show you.
We are posting factual political information, and they are censoring our content.
And so today, Governor Gavin Newsom says California is going to investigate this because it would violate state law if they were blocking anti-Trump content. But this comes 3 days after a $14 billion deal was made to move control of the U.S. portion of TikTok to a group of investors who are supportive of President Trump. And President Trump has been very supportive of the deal and of them. And so that adds more fuel onto these theories that are floating around out there, that the deal that was done 3 days ago to a pro-Trump group that of investors, that it may be playing a role. And California Senator Scott Wiener, he says he's dealing with it. Normally when he posts a video, it gets tens of thousands of views very quickly. He posted one critical of ICE this week and federal agents, and it got 0 views, not a single one. And it didn't go anywhere. And this is a clip of that video.
They know that they can't be sued. It's almost impossible. And that creates an air
of impunity.
And he says because he was critical of federal agents that he feels like it got flagged. Now, TikTok says there is no censorship, no throttling going on, that this is a bad coincidence that was caused by a power outage at one of its data centers, and they admit that there is a bug, that their algorithms got all funky, and that they're working on it. They're not saying nothing is going on, that they say there is something going on. They say TikTok will work per usual. They say that they have resolved much of it. As of this morning, they said some users may still have some problems here and there, but generally things should be back to normal. Now,
Alex,
I mean, it seems like a weird bug that only one side seems to be impacted, but TikTok says there's nothing to it.
I have very little sympathy for people who say, "Oh, my video didn't get viewed as much on TikTok," but I also don't believe this. Oh, there was a bug and a power outage, and that's why Democratic videos weren't shared. But this deal was announced that it was done 3 days ago. Who's actually currently in charge of TikTok?
You know, it's a good question. It seems like at this point, the transition is being made. We don't really know who's got it right now. Is it ByteDance, which is the Chinese-owned company?
Previous
We're in the process of making the move. I don't know.
Very interesting. And how will they actually investigate this?
It's a good question. I assume the California Department of Justice will, their cyber crimes or one of those units will begin looking into it. And by the way, this comes on the same day that this big trial is beginning in L.A., where TikTok they settled this morning. They made a deal to get out of it while YouTube and Meta are going forward, where the allegation is that they have created almost like the tobacco industry, an addictive system, a platform, all these different platforms. Snapchat, they made a deal several weeks ago. TikTok did this morning. But at this point, jury selection is underway. Meta and Google, who owns YouTube, they're going to go forward. 19-year-old woman claims that she became addicted to social media. Kind of a bellwether case beginning today to see what a jury decides.
I'm glad you brought that up because you teased our next interview with Royal Oakes, who is going to kind of walk us through.
He's going to be amazing as always.
Yeah, indeed.
Have you ever met Royal, Alex?
Oh, I know Royal very well. Yeah, he's great.
Is he down the hall right now?
He is not. I don't know where he is, but he's incredible.
Well, we appreciate you, Alex. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
For all of your travel needs, you go to the best travel agency in the world. Granted, I'm a little biased. Altair Travel and Cruises. They'll take you wherever you want to go in style. They'll handle all the details. You handle all the fun. Don't go to the Googles. Don't make that mistake. It all starts at Altair Travel and Cruises on Brentwood Boulevard, 314-968-9600. Anywhere you want to go, let Altair Travel take you. AltairTravel.com.
What happens when your first responder doesn't come home?
I was a widow. How was I going to survive? How were my kids going to survive? Knowing that their husband and their father wasn't coming home.
Fortunately, since 1959, Backstoppers has been there to help.
Backstoppers showed up. They were just ready to embrace me.
Without them, I don't feel like we would have been the family that we are today.
It's the 6th annual KTRS Backstoppers Radiothon, Thursday, January 29th. KTRS will salute the tremendous work Backstoppers is doing, and we're asking you to join us in supporting the safety net for first responders in Missouri and Illinois.
They don't forget the fallen, and that means that they don't forget the families.
The KTRS Radiothon to support the Backstoppers is presented in part by Maggie O'Brien's, TB Exteriors, Stages St. Louis, Schnarr's Hardware, City of Florissant, Great Southern Bank, Patriot Builds STL, Gingham's Restaurant, and KTRS Cares.
Backstoppers is there for you, now and forever.
File your taxes for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Valid for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
The Big 550.
KTRS St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Kristi Noem is not stepping down, says President Trump, saying his Homeland Security Secretary is doing a very good job. He called the killings of 2 protesters in Minnesota at the hands of federal immigration agents a very sad situation, and said this to the family of Alex Preddy.
Well, I'm looking at that whole situation. I love everybody. I love all of our people. I love his family, and it's a very sad situation.
Which he says needs to be investigated. The mid-air collision 1 year ago between an American Airlines jet and an Army helicopter would not have happened, says the NTSB chair, if aircraft used a $400 GPS device. He says they've been recommending it for 20 years, but the FAA hasn't required it. More from ABC's Sam Sweeney.
This crash had been a perfect storm of things that had been brewing for decades. There had been warnings. There were controllers who were saying this airspace is dangerous. It is too complex, congested. There's not enough staffing. They asked for the FAA to reduce the number of planes at DCA, and all of their warnings were ignored.
67 people died. A lot of kids are missing school, stuck in quarantine with high fever and a nasty rash. ABC's Michelle Franzen.
Since Friday, South Carolina health officials have logged 89 new measles cases, raising the total to 789 statewide, the largest measles outbreak in more than 3 decades, according to the state's health department. And 557 people are currently in quarantine. The state health department incident commander says roughly 600 children have received an early dose of the MMR vaccine before turning 1 this winter, showing parents in the state are opting to have their infants vaccinated earlier than the typical first dose, between 12 and 15 months. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Louisiana State Police say hundreds of people are stranded as crews work to clear icy I-20. The gridlock began on Saturday. You're listening to ABC News.
Scott, can you believe it's already been more than a decade since the Queen of Carpet sold flooring to St. Louis area contractors?
I know, but I don't have to be a king to offer contractors today's lowest prices.
Yes, contractors owe it to their customers and themselves to shop at Best Buy Flooring for the largest in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile.
Plus 3 convenient locations, North County, South County, and Metro East.
Open 7 days a week.
Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy. Best Buy Flooring.
The holidays are over, time to relax and get back to the daily routine. January is a great time to enjoy the casual, comfortable atmosphere at Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. Gingham's was voted the #1 breakfast by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, but we offer so much more. Great daily specials throughout the week, some of the best pies you've ever tasted, and our soups can't be beat. Anything you want, anytime you want, 24 hours a day, and some of the best service anywhere. Visit us at ginghamsrestaurant.com. Stay warm.
Hello, I'm Florissant Maritime Lowry. We are 52,000 strong, and we are the largest municipality in St. Louis County. The City of Florissant is proud to once again be a co-sponsor with the Big 550 KTRS for the Backstoppers Radiothon. I come from a law enforcement family and have worked my way through the ranks to the position of Chief of Police before becoming mayor. I know how important the Backstoppers are to our community and all the wonderful things that they do for the families of our fallen heroes. Again, the City of Florissant is proud to support this year's Backstoppers Radiothon, and thank you for all you do. We are Florissant Strong. Be safe and stay healthy.
27 degrees at 5:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. Workers with the nonprofit Missouri Workers Center will be holding a protest this evening in St. Louis to call attention to the ICU nurse who was shot and killed by ICE agents in Minnesota. The rally is scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. at Market Street in North Tucker in downtown St. Louis. Search efforts continue today for a man who fell through ice yesterday afternoon in Illinois. Officials say that a 20-year-old man fell in a frozen pond in New Baden, east of Scott Air Force Base, while trying to rescue his dog. Dozens of first responders were called to the scene, but the search was suspended after several hours due to worsening weather conditions. Healthcare workers have reported a spike in weather-related cases since the unusually cold temperatures and snow hit the St. Louis region. Cases include everything from car crashes, falls, sledding injuries, and heart-related issues caused by shoveling snow in the freezing weather. Dr. Matthew Schwab of Mercy South Hospital told First Alert 4 that when outside, people need to be aware of warning signs.
And be aware of the symptoms and signs of kind of maybe some strain on your heart, whether it's chest pain, increased trouble breathing, sweatiness, nausea, that sort of stuff.
Meanwhile, fire safety officials are urging residents to use extra caution when heating their homes. Frigid temperatures often lead people to rely more heavily on alternative heat sources, which can increase the risk of home fires and carbon monoxide poisoning if proper safety precautions are not followed. Governor J.B. Pritzker announced today a $50 million grant opportunity is available now through the Rebuild Illinois Capital Program. It will support the Community Health Center construction grants for federally qualified health centers. The grant opportunity expands access to healthcare services, especially in underserved and rural areas. And a bill making its way through the Missouri legislature could make significant changes to the state's vehicle inspection program.
Proposed Missouri House Bill 2743 would only require inspections for vehicles made before 2013 or those with more than 150,000 miles. Currently, Missouri mandates that vehicles older than 10 years or with more than 150,000 miles undergo a safety inspection every 2 years, which costs $12. Supporters of the bill say rural residents struggle to find a licensed inspector nearby. Opponents counter that reducing inspection requirements could lead to higher rates of fatal accidents. The Midwest Auto Care Alliance, representing more than 530 service owners, says that states with vehicle inspection programs consistently show lower fatality rates. Currently, 14 states do not require any vehicle inspection at all of non-commercial vehicles. The Missouri House Government Efficiency Committee passed the bill and now goes to the full House. Sobe Bay, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. The Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity has awarded more than $17 million in funding to 39 program recipients to expand the Illinois Works pre-apprenticeship program. Among those recipients, Southwestern Illinois College in Belleville and R3 Development NFP in East St. Louis. Now the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune into Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow down 409 points at 49,003, NASDAQ up 215 at 23,817, and the S&P 500 up 28 at 6,978. Now let's check in with Paul for sports and traffic.
Basketball takes on number 23 Alabama tonight in Tuscaloosa. The tip time has been moved for this game to 7 p.m. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. this evening on the Big 550. SLU basketball has moved up to number 21 in the latest Associated Press poll. The Billikens meet a talented George Washington team tonight at Chaffetz. And the Blues look to snap a 4-game losing streak when they welcome the Dallas Stars to Enterprise Center tonight. Jordan Kyrou could be the player to watch, having scored 3 goals over his last 3 games. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. 44 West is congested from Vandevetter to Hampton. 64 West is busy from Kings Highway to Clayton Skinker. 55 South running slow around 4500 South Broadway. There's a stalled vehicle on 44 West at Southwest and another one on 64 East before 14th Street. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our forecast calls for mostly clear skies tonight, a low around 4 degrees. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high around 30. Then temperatures fall again. 22 will be the high on Thursday, and then highs only in the teens on Friday and Saturday. Right now at 5:08, fair skies, 27 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Hi, I'm Mike Vitale from Vitale's Bakery on a Hill. Our family runs a bakery and a retail store started by our parents, Pete and Grace Vitale, in 1976. Vitale's Bakery makes the finest Italian bread and pastries, including our mom's legendary Giugiulana seed cookies and her famous meat sauce.
And don't forget our pizza crust.
We also carry customers' favorites like lemon ice. Come taste our Italian heritage today at the corner of Bischoff and Marconi. Vitale's Bakery on a Hill, where you're not a customer, you're family.
Vitale's Bakery proudly supports the Backstoppers.
Kuna Food Service has been the trusted food supplier in the Midwest since 1918. For over 100 years, Kuna Food Service has been distributing the highest quality food products to some of your favorite restaurants while delivering superior customer service. When a restaurant puts their trust in Kuna Food Service, they get a team that truly cares about their success. That's why at Kuna, they like to say, they're big enough to handle it, yet small enough to care. Check them out online at kunafoodservice.com.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment. You fill out a health questionnaire form. You get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home. And then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners. And then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, all of the big players of social media are facing a trial over claims their platforms were deliberately engineered to hook young users and harm their health. Royal Oaks, ABC News legal analyst in L.A., joins us with more on this upcoming trial. Jury selection is underway or is about to be?
It is underway, and that LA Law theme song you played is really appropriate here. I am actually in the Los Angeles Superior Court building. I just ducked out of the jury selection courtroom. Kind of tense in there. Both lawyers on both sides seem a little anxious. And you've got hundreds of people. They're trying for about 75 a day, but maybe a little more, rolling in here. They're trying to find out people who can be objective, who don't have already incredibly strong opinions about whether these social media companies are to blame for hooking a lot of young people on social media 24/7 and contributing to mental illness like anxiety, depression, or even suicidal thoughts.
Look, Royal, this isn't the first time a lawsuit like this has been brought to court, maybe the first time against social media, but, I mean, it'd be like trying to sue Budweiser for making me an alcoholic. When cases like this come up where it's up to us to have self-control, how do they normally shake out?
That's a great question. It's horrible publicity for the makers of these products. And remember, years ago, the tobacco industry ended up paying about $200 billion to resolve similar allegations. But you're right. A lot of people say it's a legal product. Parents are in control. If they're going to let their kids have an iPhone and duck under the covers and scroll 24/7, it's not their fault. But the plaintiff has a different view. The plaintiff says that these companies knew they were targeting underage folks who are vulnerable, who might have mental health issues. And, if there's a big victory here for the plaintiff, you could see it turbocharge the effort to have laws around the states saying, hey, if you're under 18, you may not access social media.
And Royal, who is the plaintiff? Is it one person? Is it a group of people?
It's one person, a young woman, a minor, going by her initials, KMG. And the deal is, you might say, well, why not a class action?
Mm-hmm.
Millions of people are interested. Class actions are only where everybody is in kind of the same boat. Like, you read a brochure, there's land under the desert water, and 50 people buy it. They're all hurt the same way. This is different. Every person is unique here. Did a child's mental illness really get caused by this or not? So as a result, what's happening here is this is one of a handful of key cases going to trial around the country. There are literally hundreds of similar suits, and all the people involved in those suits are going to be looking at this case and several others around the country to figure out, okay, in general, are the juries going for the social media companies or the kids? And that'll influence how they settle the cases.
And TikTok, one of the platforms named in this, reached a settlement just ahead of the trial. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, breaking news. This morning, TikTok settled. A week ago, Snap settled. Now, we don't know the terms. They could have paid $1. They could have paid $1 billion. The law says these terms may remain confidential. But obviously, they did the calculus and figured out, why continue to pay our lawyers and put up with the risk of an adverse jury verdict? Let's just get out of Dodge. And remaining, of course, YouTube, Google, and also Instagram.
And Royal, when the pandemic hit, we all kind of turned on Netflix, and a lot of us watched a movie called The Social Dilemma. I know Heidi watched it. I watched it, and they basically say that they build these things specifically to get us hooked, and when we're not paying attention, they'll send us an alert, and they know when we're hooked and when we're not. If there's emails or if there's, internal documents that say, hey, this is how we hook these people, or let's try to get them when they're kids, could that be a smoking gun like it was with the tobacco companies?
Exactly right. That's the smoking gun evidence that the plaintiff is going to try to present, because everybody kind of understands what you were describing. People don't like the idea of the algorithm, but on the other hand, if you like Family Guy and you watch it and you send it to your friends and you watch it for 3 minutes instead of 3 seconds, the companies are smart enough to know we're going to keep feeding them Peter Griffin and Family Guy. But with respect to what you say, if there's evidence that they were really trying to target kids and didn't give a darn about their mental health, that could really get a jury angry.
Yeah. Well, you've got work to do. So, Royal, go ahead and get back into that courtroom, and I'm sure we'll check in with you in the upcoming days. Thank you.
It's a deal. Thanks.
I hope that when we go on vacation, we can put those things aside. Now, I will say more and more, a lot of the stuff is even on our phone. When we just got back from Mexico, we had an app to tell us what was coming up as far as events and what time the gates open for the concerts. So sometimes you can't be completely away from it. But at any point on vacation, I think is the closest you can get to putting down those devices and just finding some rest and relaxation. And if you're looking for your next big vacation, Altair Travel and Cruises can help you with it. I was really kind of stuck in my ways. We loved going to Mexico. We loved going to the same resort. We had kind of a routine. And then I started talking to Pat Blassie at Altair Travel, God rest her soul and miss her terribly. And she's like, but you're missing an entire world. And she started telling me about all of these places that she had been and the experiences she's had. And it isn't just seeing the different landscapes, it's trying the different foods and meeting the different people. And it really opens up your eyes to this bigger world. Sometimes traveling is more than just rest and relaxation. It is opening your eyes. I mean, there are so many places that I didn't even want to go or didn't know I could go until I started looking at some of Altair Travel's featured destinations. And now, guess what? I want to go to Iceland, and we're going to Iceland. I highly encourage you to go to altairtravel.com and just check out some of the fascinating places that you can now get to rather easily. And Altair Travel and Cruises can help you plan all of it. They're going to help you with where to stay. They're going to help you with your flights. They can even make suggestions on where to shop and what to eat and maybe even what to pack. So check out altairtravel.com or give them a call, set up an appointment with them, and just kind of go over what it is you like about travel, and they'll find a great destination for you. 314-968-9600.
Stay connected with the Big 550 KTRS, streaming 24/7 online at KTRS.com or on the KTRS app. Powered by JBL Financial. Stream Straight Talk on Retirement every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Way back in time, if you had a leak in the roof of your hut, I imagine you had to find a tree close by, scale it, and then jump and hope you could get up there and see what was wrong. Then came the advent of the ladder. There was an easier way to get up there and see if something was wrong. And with modern technology, we finally get around to the drone. Now, the folks at Allen Roofing use those instead of trees and ladders. Send a drone up, find out if there's anything wrong with your roof, get some pictures, go over it with you, and see if there's a problem, how bad it is, what they could do, what it'll cost, or if everything's just fine, they will tell you that too. Boy, it's so nice we don't have to climb trees to look at our hut. Allen Roofing, embracing technology and doing quality roof repair, siding, gutters, everything for the outside of your home. Just ask Gronk. He was one of the first customers. It's Allen Roofing. Find them online at aroofing.net.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. When winter hits St. Louis, your furnace doesn't get a day off. And if yours is older, it may be running nonstop and still not keeping you comfortable. Winter has a way of exposing weak links. You're probably paying more and getting less. Or if your home never quite feels warm enough in the winter, your furnace may be telling you something else, especially if it's been around for a while. That's why I want you to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their technicians go through 5 years of training beyond industry standards. It's Premier standards. Heating your home shouldn't feel like a struggle. Older furnaces work harder and use more energy. If you want lower energy bills and better heat, It's just all around smarter to consider a new furnace. And yes, Premier offers financing, which makes upgrading a whole lot easier. So whether you need a tune-up or you're ready for something new, make your winter a lot more comfortable for your home or your business. Call 636-916-1122. PremierHeatingCooling.net. Comfort you can count on.
Attention KTRS listeners, Appliance Discounters has a deal for you. Shop now and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. 5% instant savings off their already low prices. And you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing. Appliance Discounters with 6 area locations or online at theappliancediscounters.com.
Worldwide Technology Raceway is the only track in America to host a NASCAR event, an IndyCar event, and an NHRA event. The Raceway features a full schedule on their drag strip, oval track, and gateway kartplex. For full schedule and ticket info, go online to www.raceway.com. The track, under the leadership of owner Curtis Francois, continues to upgrade the race experience for fans who come from around the country. For tickets, go to www.raceway.com.
That's www.raceway.com.
Before you put your home on the market, before you have to pay money fixing it up to sell it, before you have to pay real estate commissions, call me. I'm Mike Robinson with Robank Properties, and I will buy your home. Any property, any condition, anywhere, and always as is. Call me, Mike Robinson with Robank Properties at 314-283-0867. That's 314-283-0867. You have nothing to lose when you call Robank Properties at 314-283-0867.
Hi, it's Frank Cusimano inviting you to join me for the Press Box, brought to you by Control Option, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. We're going to interview some of the biggest names in sports and have our opening monologue. That's the Press Box, brought to you by Control Option, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Grandma and Grandpa, Gigi and Papa, whatever names they call you. I mean, typically, they don't usually need a reason to spend time with their grandkids. But, listen, adult children that have kids, if you ever need to kind of maybe probe them a little bit, a new study.
This is me we're talking about right now.
Yeah, found grandparents might actually reap some health benefits from babysitting their grandkids. Now, of course, can't have flu or, some kind of illness. It's not taking care of the kid when they're sick. But researchers found that grandmas who do a lot of babysitting tend to be sharper mentally than grandmas who don't. Grandfathers see an effect too. Not quite as much, but it's kind of one of those things that researchers admitted they're not sure what actually causes the boost, or maybe this is all just a coincidence, but it is possible that wrangling kids keeps their brain more active, or mentally sharp grandparents might just be more likely to take on those babysitting duties. Either way, it could be a big thing. I know, both of my parents, when the kids were younger, were constantly playing games with them and still occasionally do, whether it's dominoes or setting up, some kind of game. And I think it works both ways.
Well, it's one of these studies where, they say this could be the reason why.
Right.
Hey, people who are having, older people who are having mental decline don't watch their grandkids because of that reason.
I know. It could be one or the other.
So I appreciate that they brought that up, but they always say doing a crossword puzzle, doing the Sudoku, which I have no idea how to do that thing.
It's numbers.
Putting the puzzles together, this keeps you sharp. And having a 5-year-old, Finn, running around your tiny house, Mom, this could keep you out of the home.
Yes. Yes, it could. And asking you all of those questions 100 times.
Yeah.
That maybe you're Googling the whole time trying to find the answers to those.
I'm glad you said that because that's exactly what my mom does. She goes, well, Finn was asking me this, that, and the other. So I looked it up. And did you know? Wow.
Thanks, Finn.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Is it time to make a change with your bank? Hi, it's Julie Buck for Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution with 2 locations, and they've been around since 2005 with the mission to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services. Here's their website. It's triadbanking.com.
How would you like your vehicle serviced at your own home or office? Our new Mobile Service Plus, available exclusively from St. Paul Cadillac, can do just that. Hi, this is Joe Clemens. Simply give us a call or go to our website and get a unit dispatched right to your doorstep. This is a game changer for customer service, and we are so happy to offer it to you. Everything from oil changes, belts, new tires, tire rotation, recalls, key fobs, brake pads and rotors, EV charge, battery replacement, air conditioning service, and so much more. St. Paul's Mobile Service Plus will come to you. Call our mobile dispatch at 636-931-0055. That's 636-931-0055. Or go to our website at stpaulcadillac.com and set up an appointment. It's that simple. Get door-to-door service with St. Paul's new Mobile Service Plus. Nothing could be easier. Set up your appointment today. That's Mobile Service Plus exclusively from St. Paul Cadillac at the Herculaneum Auto Mall exit.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. When winter hits St. Louis, your furnace doesn't get a day off. And if yours is older, it may be running nonstop and still not keeping you comfortable. Winter has a way of exposing weak links. You're probably paying more and getting less. Or if your home never quite feels warm enough in the winter, your furnace may be telling you something else, especially if it's been around for a while. That's why I want you to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their technicians go through 5 years of training beyond industry standards. It's Premier standards. Heating your home shouldn't feel like a struggle. Older furnaces work harder and use more energy. If you want lower energy bills and better heat, it's just all around smarter to consider a new furnace. And yes, Premier offers financing, which makes upgrading a whole lot easier. So whether you need a tune-up or you're ready for something new, make your winter a lot more comfortable for your home or your business. Call 636-916-1122. PremierHeatingCooling.net. Comfort you can count on.
Looking for a great local restaurant recommendation?
Missy Mo.
Tune in to the Kuno Food Service weekly special during the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11. Hear from the best of the best restaurant owners in town. Only on the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11. Presented by Kuno Food Service, right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
Rediscover the timeless classic of The Wizard of Oz as your St. Louis Symphony Orchestra performs the iconic score live with the 1939 film on the big screen. Join Dorothy and her friends as she follows the yellow brick road to Oz and faces the Wicked Witch of the West. Don't miss this truly Technicolor event, January 30th through February 1st at Powell Hall at the Jack C. Taylor Music Center. Tickets at slso.org.
When you want to send flowers to a loved one for a birthday, anniversary, or that special occasion, call your friends at Walter Knoll Florist. Walter Knoll is family-owned and operated and offers custom designs by expert designers. A huge inventory and selection that only the largest florist can offer, with quality and care that no grocery store florist can meet. They have several locations in the St. Louis metro area to serve you. Order online today at WKF.com. That's WKF.com. Walter Knoll Florist, your personal florist since 1883.
The official birthplace of the toasted ravioli is
Mama's on the Hill.
And Mama's on the Hill serves the best in town. Mama's has been a mainstay on the Hill for decades and is still a family-run restaurant serving up great Italian food in a fun atmosphere. Open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner, and right in the heart of the Hill at Edwards and Bischoff. Delicious catering and party rooms too.
Mama's on the Hill.
Make reservations at 314-776-3100 and 24/7 at mamasonthehill.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It is 5:30 on this Tuesday afternoon. Captain Paul, how's traffic looking?
Heidi, looking pretty good. The roads are really quiet right now. 44 West is congested from Kings Highway to Hampton. 64 West is busy from Kings Highway to Clayton Skinker. 64 East bogs down at 170. There's a stalled vehicle on 44 West at Southwest and another one on 270 West past Bell Fountain. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
City SC has traded one of the club's first heroes. KTR Sports Director Brendan Weesey is here with more. Glaus is moving to L.A. Brendan, is this a good move?
Hi, Heidi. I think it's one that we probably saw coming. There have been little breadcrumbs spread around these last couple of months that I think led us to believe something like this was probably going to eventually happen as this club slowly rebuilds. I think the fact that he was still here as of the last couple of weeks, it made you wonder, okay, maybe you play out your contract, but he's ultimately on the last year of that contract. He was no longer going to be a designated player, but obviously the club is going in a different direction, and you bring back a very hefty amount, I believe, the highest amount they've ever brought back in general allocation money, which you then can use to bring other players. It's essentially just like it is real money, right? But it's almost like monopoly money in a sense, in that you get to use that money to help better your team. So they get to put that towards a new player fund, if you will, and that's going to total, I think, $2.375 million. But Glaus heads off to the LA Galaxy, and it's kind of a sad end to that chapter because you said it, Heidi. I think the original hero of this club, you go back to that incredible run in 2023, Glaus looked like the MVP of the league for the first couple of months of the season. Then he got hurt, and I think we can almost sort of go back to that moment where he first got hurt to where this club kind of went off the rails. They were the best team in the sport. Then they started to fall off. Glaus would come back later that year, but was not the same. The team would get bounced in the first round of the playoffs to Sporting KC. They haven't been back to the playoffs since. The arrow's been trending down since. They fired multiple coaches and a sporting director since. And Glaus was sort of the face of all of it, for better or for worse.
Yeah. How will we remember him, you think?
I think positively. I mean, I think that's the way it has to be. There's a lot of really good memories. He was a terrific player. He was very good in the community, very accessible for us in the media. I mean, high marks all the way around. I just think it's sort of sad that this is how it ends without a whole heck of a lot of recent on-field success. But that's not all on Glaus. There's a lot of guys that have to wear that inside that room. A lot of those guys are no longer in the building anymore.
Brendan, when it comes to new franchises, inaugural seasons, teams tend to do pretty good. I mean, hockey just had a couple of, the Utah Mammoth isn't a new franchise.
Right.
But the soccer team did great, and then the last couple seasons have been really bad. Is that a thing in professional sports where you come out hot because you're excited to be a new team, and then the next couple of years are like, oh, this is where we're supposed to be?
I think it can, and I think it's unfortunate for St. Louis that it played out that way, Josh, because I think the way they thought, and if you gave truth serum to Lutz Pfannenstiel, the previous sporting director, I think he would have seen it as, hey, you just kind of get your feet wet that first year, and then you slowly start to rise, right? They gave the fan base this very unrealistic situation where they win the Western Conference. They almost win the Supporters' Shield. That's how good they were. And then this completely unrealistic situation to where what they should have been. And then they fell beyond where they should have been as just like a second-year team. So you go from way exceeding expectations to dramatically underplaying your expectations. So it almost, Josh, did them no favors. I'm not sure if it's a definitive trend, but we've seen it happen in the MLS before multiple times. San Diego's the most recent team here in the league to have some first-year success. So it's not just St. Louis, but they've now got to I think this is the definitive sign that they are rebuilding, and it's not going to be an overnight sensation this time, I don't think.
Yeah, it sounds familiar, kind of like the Cardinals. And another STL favorite from the Cardinals, Harrison Bader, just signed a 2-year deal with the Giants.
Yeah, and Heidi, he was, I think, a target for a lot of Cardinal fans because there was talk of, hey, you need a right-handed bat in that outfield, a little bit of power.
That would have been fun.
Defense, the veteran leadership, the fact that he knows the Cardinals organization well. There were a lot of reasons why that fit, but I don't think the Cardinals at the moment are too gung-ho to give a lot of money or multiple years to anybody right now. And whether it's Bader or a different player, I think they have staked their claim to a rebuild. It's sort of a race to the bottom right now in St. Louis. Heidi, who can get there first?
Hate that.
The Cardinals or the Blues? The Battlehawks, can you save us? I was telling a group of friends today, I mean, this is it's an opportunity in this town. Who can get that brass ring? The SLU Billikens or the Mizzou Basketball Tigers? One of these two programs. SLU's obviously, they're out in the lead. Mizzou, we'll see what they do tonight at Alabama. But it's an opportunity for other teams, other franchises, and again, the Battlehawks included, because it feels like your three big clubs are way down. And we did not expect the Blues to be like this. We did not expect the Blues to be battling for the number 1 draft pick, but that's sort of the reality we're in right now.
Well, they're back on the ice against Dallas, but what happened to former Blues coach Berube? I mean, looks like the Chainsaw Massacre went at his head.
It was ghastly. A huge gash on his head. He said there was a gym accident. I mean, if you haven't seen the pictures or the video, it's frightening.
I mean, it looks like there's 40 stitches.
It looks straight out of a horror movie,
yeah.
does it not?
My goodness.
I was taken aback when I saw it. You feel terrible for the guy, and his Maple Leafs aren't playing very well. I can't imagine.
Well, he's got
Chief is
a couple of headaches. Yeah.
A gym accident?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of
conclusions.
I was going to say hopefully he didn't have a head injury beyond what we see there.
Exactly.
You mentioned Mizzou travels to Alabama, and they moved up the tip time.
Right. So if it may say on your schedule, 8 o'clock, it's been moved, 7 o'clock tonight. So it wipes out the big sports show tonight, and it wipes out half the press box. So 6:30 pregame, Mike Kelly, Chris Trevino down in Tuscaloosa. It's a really weird situation. Alabama, they've lost their last 2 home games, Heidi, but they've brought in a former player that was on the team, I think 3 years ago, that has played professionally. This is happening all around the sport.
And that's
people
legal?
are kind of baffled by it. Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay,
the NCAA, they appear to just be toothless in this situation. They have no teeth to really dig in to any type of enforcement. Charles Bediako is the player, big 7-foot, long, rangy, athletic guy, had his season debut over the weekend against Tennessee, had not played in a college basketball game in 3 years.
Wow.
Played professionally, was in the NBA and the G League. This is a really touchy subject. I don't think the NCAA, they don't know how to govern this right now. It's a problem. I know Mizzou fans are trying. What former Tigers can we get back on the floor?
Right.
Who's still got some eligibility? Let's figure this out, because it seems like the guardrails have been taken down.
Free
from the
for
sport.
all.
Yes, it
wow.
is.
All right. Well, you can listen to it here on the Big 550. Brendan, thank you so much.
Thanks, Heidi. Thanks, Josh.
You know, I was once a college athlete, not Division I, NAIA. And so with that, we lifted weights. We had our conditioning. We had our running. We had our biking. I thought I knew how to stay in shape even at 45 and 50. And I'm here to tell you that the things that worked then in my 20s and my 30s, they stopped working in my 40s and 50s. However, I had this little knight in shining armor right into my life, and it's known as Premier U. And this is a really incredible spot. Now, Premier U Med does a lot of different things, but what I turn to them for is for weight loss medication. But it's not just the medication. We're talking about this whole little tool in the toolbox. That's one of them. Premier U, you sit down with them in the beginning and they kind of go over, all of the possibilities. Every program, you, me, Marcia, Josh, if you were to go, it starts with root cause testing. We look at vitamins and hormones and your metabolism and what are you missing? What do you have too much of? And then where do you start to pull those levers? That's where it all starts. And then you're guided by real medical professionals who are monitoring your progress and supporting you every step of the way, because there's a lot of things to consider. You don't want to lose, fat and muscle. You want to lose fat and keep your muscle, especially as we get older. You want your metabolism to still be firing, at least a little bit. And that's what Premier U can help you with. They have helped me, and I know that they can help you. So call Premier U and set up that initial consultation, 618-750-LIFE. They have a location in Swansea, Illinois. They have another one in South County. You can also go online, learn a little bit more about all of their services at premiertheletterumed.com.
You've had all these great ideas about what to do with your outside space. Now's the time to take the next step and call Outdoor Living, because Pat Leahy and the gang at Outdoor Living have built a showroom, which is a great resource for you. You can go in and see all the products they have, the composite decking, the metal framing. You see, at Outdoor Living, what they pride themselves on is building it right the first time and never having to worry about it again. So they build it. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life. Outdoor Living, their showroom on Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, is a great resource for you. You can go and see all the different ways and all the different things they can do. Then they'll come out, they'll do a site visit, and in just a few short weeks, you will have the dream deck, fence, gazebo, pergola, whatever it may be. Outdoor Living, right there in Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, 314-966-3325. or OutdoorLivingInc.com. Check out the showroom and take that next step. You'll love it. Outdoor Living or OutdoorLivingInc.com.
New tax resolution firms are popping up every day with high-paid celebrity endorsers, advertising ridiculous claims in their TV ads. That's why they have the tiny, unreadable disclaimers at the bottom of the screen. Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. Our ads never have those ridiculous, fast-talking, tiny disclaimers at the end because, simply put, there are no guarantees when it comes to the IRS and wiping out tax bills. And we don't make promises we can't keep. Of course, there are ways the Lance Drury Law Firm can help resolve your tax debt, but no company can guarantee it will eliminate it. This is why their clients call the Lance Drury Law Firm when those promises don't pan out. If you have tax problems, you have legal problems, call me, Lance Drury in St. Louis, at 314-260-6120 or visit Lance, D-R-U-R-Y, law.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Recently, a good friend of mine was changing the light fixture in their kitchen, and they took the light fixture off the ceiling and they looked inside the ceiling and said, "What is the phone number to Michael Baldy?" If they would have listened to me, they would have put Michael Baldy's phone number in their phone, because everybody needs a good electrician on speed dial. So here you go. The next time you need an electrician, you need to remember Michael Baldy and Baldy Electric. So the phone number, 314-968-9999. Indoor, outdoor, an old Victorian home, knob and tube wiring, and anything and everything in between. You see, Michael Baldy is a licensed electrician, and he has a team ready to go. Whether it's something for the ceiling in the kitchen, something for the lights for the holidays, whatever it may be, Michael Baldy and Baldy Electric. BaldyElectric.com, 314-968-9999, because everybody needs a good electrician on speed dial. BaldyElectric.com.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
The Missouri Valley Conference Men's Basketball Tournament has been the showcase for buzzer beaters, madness, and championship glory. With nearly 5 decades of heart-racing excitement, it begins here at Enterprise Center. The 2026 State Farm MVC Tournament, presented by Credit Union One, Great Southern Bank, and SSM Health, tips off on March 5th through 8th. Celebrate 50 years of the Valley's postseason championship. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
Reese Nichols, the most trusted Missouri real estate company, is now proudly serving St. Louis. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Alliance is now Reese Nichols, a Missouri-born company established 125 years ago. The same trusted agents who served St. Louis for 45 years now have the backing of Missouri's largest brokerage, Reese Nichols. Offices across the metro, in-house services include title and insurance, making your move seamless. They also proudly support the Ronald McDonald House. Visit ReeseNichols.com. That's ReeseNichols.com.
Stay connected with the Big 550 KTRS, streaming 24/7 online at KTRS.com or on the KTRS app. Powered by JBL Financial. Stream Straight Talk on Retirement every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, let's talk a little entertainment news. Have you seen the Budweiser Super Bowl ad yet?
No. Is this another tugging at our heartstrings?
It is, and a lot of people are not digging it. A lot of people are saying, enough already, you're trying too hard. But
This one's got the bald eagle.
Yes, and I'm here for it. It features a lifelong friendship between a Clydesdale and a bald eagle. Like, the baby kind of drops out of the nest and near the barn. And then it kind of goes through some iterations, and it all culminates with the image of the bird on the horse's back, but it looks like the horse has wings.
Yeah.
And
okay, did they show the whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
Or,
no, they showed the whole thing.
They'll do they've been doing a lot of sneak peeks during the football games over the weekends. They're like, check back in on 2/7 or whenever the Super Bowl is.
That's the Andy Samberg, Elle Fanning. They're starring in a Neil Diamond-themed ad for Hellman's mayonnaise.
Okay.
And I've got to see, I've only seen the 8-9 seconds, but I cannot wait to see the rest of it.
So you know how I feel about these commercials. They air them on the Super Bowl.
Yep.
I want to see them for the first time on the Super Bowl. That's half the fun.
I know, but I feel like there are very few that do it that way anymore.
Well, I saw this Budweiser thing with the eagle, and I just kind of closed my, la, 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 because I didn't want to watch it.
Yeah.
But I got enough. Well, and now you just ruined it.
I did, and I'm sorry. Taylor Swift is reportedly furious that her private texts are coming out in the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni mess, but that seems to go back to your old segment. Duh.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. A source tells People magazine that Jennifer Aniston is enjoying every moment with her boyfriend Jim Curtis, and that the pair, a perfect match. Jim's very laid back, but also focused and driven. He just does things in a very calm way, and he brings good energy, and this is something that Jen loves. Jen can be a very type A, takes on a lot. The source went on to say that there's no drama, no emotional games or whiplash. In many ways, it's the most mature relationship she's ever been in.
The boyfriend, was just on the Today Show.
Why?
I don't know why.
Okay.
But my wife goes, that's Jennifer Aniston's new boyfriend.
I don't remember. Yeah. I was trying to figure out why he was a guest, because I know he talked about it a little bit.
Listen, Craig Melvin said, how did you guys meet? Because obviously, maybe they got him on just to ask about the relationship. He said they were introduced via a mutual friend. And Craig said, which one? Was it Ross? Was it...
Did he use those
names? Was
it
Joey? Was it Monica?
Oh, my
pretty
God.
Good.
Okay, that's
pretty
really good. This is interesting. Andy Cohen is remembering one of his most confounding experiences on Watch What Happens Live. In a recent sit-down with Entertainment Weekly, he was discussing surprising moments on his late-night talk show when he recalled Jillian Michaels of Biggest Loser fame.
Okay.
She was on the show in 2013 when the show finished filming. And he says after what seemed like a normal appearance, she left and was screaming at the staff. If you scream at my staff, that's kind of it for me. And I got to say, I interviewed her on the Biggest Loser campus, and she was kind to me. She was kind to the other reporters there. Everybody else, it was a free-for-all.
But she acted that way in front of other people?
Oh, in front of us. Like, she was yelling because it was starting to drizzle, and why were we shooting this outside? And then she was yelling about it taking too long, and then she was... Yeah, and it was not... And at the time, I'm like, is she trying to keep up the persona of her being this trainer, and this is just
Tough
who
trainer,
she is?
yeah.
But I'm thinking, no, that's not it.
You've been saying that for years, and frankly, I would think that they would be on their best behavior when reporters from around the country
are there.
One
would think. So what does that say?
Wow.
And then Andy Dick checked out of rehab less than 2 months after overdosing on crack. He says he moved into a sober living facility, and he said he literally died and can't believe he's here. So along the same vein, Pete Davidson jokes his extensive VHS collection is a reminder not to do drugs after buying 10,000 tapes in COVID.
Oh, my gosh.
Not that you can, make fun of something, but 50 years ago today in 1976, the Happy Days spinoff Laverne and Shirley premiered. And just a couple of birthdays worth mentioning. Mimi Rogers, one of Tom Cruise's wives. The first wife?
Isn't that crazy?
It is. She's 70, and James Cromwell is 86. And that is your evening entertainment report here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Schlemazel, Heffernan Incorporated.
I think that's it.
Something like that?
Yeah.
They're gonna do it.
You did it very well. It's 8 minutes before 6 o'clock. Let's get one final check at traffic on this Tuesday from Captain Paul.
Heidi, not much happening on the roads right now, and that's a good thing. 64 West is busy in front of Forest Park. 64 East bogs down around 170, and there's a stalled vehicle on 44 West at Southwest and another on 270 West past Bell Fountain. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, Schlemazel, Hassan Pfeffer Incorporated.
I've never read it. And what is that a name of somebody?
So it was a random from years ago, and I looked it up, and I found out the answer to it. Penny Marshall came up with it.
Of course she
did. It was just something that she said, but I don't think it means anything. But I'll have to revisit that and figure out. I don't think it has a real meaning.
Mm-hmm.
But watch this space. I'll get back to you in about 4 minutes. But first, I want to tell you about Ruffino's painting. Mike Ruffino is a friend of the show. He texts us all the time. He came in. He painted the offices here.
It looks fantastic.
At the Big 550. Thank you, Heidi. I take that personally because Mike's a friend of mine. And he is Ruffino's painting. He can do your office. He can do your home. He can do your home office. He can do your kitchen, bedroom, and even your kitchen cabinets. But book now for free estimates for deck staining. That's the last thing you're ever going to want to do. And
does he do fences too?
I'm sure he'll do fences.
Okay.
And he does it by hand because I've tried the roller. It doesn't. It's bad. It's really bad. And if you try to rush through it, it looks so bad. And then if you try to, if you mess up, you do the wrong color.
It's awful.
It's deck stain. It's supposed to last forever. So stripping it and doing it again, just